Hey, greetings everybody. How's everyone doing? I don't really have any particular plans this stream, so it's going to be whenever we can manage. I would not mind just hanging out with people a little bit, you know? So we'll see how things go. I'm doing fine. Laundry is done for those of you who've been following me on Twitter and Instagram. If you're not, you should. Let me double check. Come on. Come on, iPhone, new iPhone. You could tell me, give me the wonders of the world right now. Me. I am. Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram. I am Satanic Jackula. You know, do that. Do that. You should. I have some fun posting on Instagram. A lot of selfies. Like, on the one hand, I kind of get it. I don't know how you turn that into a career if you're a dude. Particularly if you're not like a super conventionally like attractive dude. Yes, I do own sleeve T-shirts. I just don't wear them very often. I do own a lot of them. I just don't wear them super often because I like you know, I like the wife beater shirt.
You like being a wife beater.
I,
I love you, honey.
I love you, dear. I wouldn't say I beat you. I'd say I pull your hair.
I bite you.
You bite me. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Ah. Roz says he enjoyed Frankenstein's Army. Yeah. That's a really good movie. It's dumb as shit. It makes no sense, but it's a lot of fun. Have I seen Splinter? No, I have not. I've not seen Splinter. I really should.
Oh man, the new background looks really good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Uh yeah, we might have not today, not tonight, but we might have Ken Evernall back on the stream sometime in the near future to talk about obscure films. He really enjoyed himself, and we've been exchanging DMs on Twitter, trying to figure out what we'll talk about when when he has time to come back again, and he wants to talk about really obscure, fucked up movies. Like he pointed me to some that I hadn't heard of, so I'm going to be probably watching those during the week. Um, and I told him about a bunch that he hadn't heard of that were favorites of mine. One of them being I Madman. I really like I Madman. And Recycle. I like Recycle a lot. Recycle is a tale of an author who goes through the Chinese underworld. And by underworld, I mean like the afterlife, hell. Goes through Chinese hell. It's really cool. I Madman is an 80s video and cable fare movie about a woman who is being stalked by a fictional character in a book. Oh man, the green slime. I love the green slime. Green slime. Oh man. You go you open was it open the door to see the secret. You know to hear it is to keep it. You'll be lucky when you find something screaming cross your mind. Green slime. I love green slime. That's another movie that's great but dumb as shit. It's actually like it's actually a tokusatsu film that was done with an English-speaking cast. Directed by the same guy who did eventually did Battle Royale. Jack, have you ever heard of USA Up All Night? Of course I have. Fucking of course I have. Yeah, with fucking like Friday night with fuck, oh shit, what was her fucking name? What was her fucking name? Rhonda. Oh god, I gotta look it up. Hold on. USA Up All Night. Because that thing had two hosts that ran concurrently. Rhonda Shear was on Friday night. And then on Saturday night, it was Gilbert Gottfried. You know, and Gilbert Gottfried would show you movies that were a bit more fucked up, but Rhonda Shear would show you the movies that were a little sexier. You know, here's a picture of Rhonda Shear, you know, for visual aid. Yeah, I remember USA Up All Night. Holy shit. Please direct me in the direction of the green slime. You're going to have to look for it. It's not widely available. You might be able to find it on YouTube. You might be able to find a download of it. You can buy it from the Warner Brothers archive if they're still offering that service. That's when they like press a disc. It's ready to go. They press a disc and they ship it to you. It's like $20. You know, quality of that, the quality that thing's never been brought to Blu-ray, which I think is a crime. I think they ought to bring that to Blu-ray. So what are we doing tonight? I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be doing tonight. We're just going to be like hanging out, see what we can come up with. You know, I see Mr. X is here. That's a possibility. I haven't talked to Mr. X in a while. Do. Smoking in the boys' room. Smoking in the boys' room. Yeah. Oh man, like talking to Mr. X about coonskin, like we mentioned on the last stream. Oh man, that might actually be a really great idea. That's actually a really great idea. Yo X, you be up for that? Obviously, he's seen the movie, as I told you he would have. So you may know it by its much more politically correct title, Street Fight. All right, Mr. X says he can give us 30 minutes. All right, so let's do this. All right, so Mr. X, you just gotta get on Skype and message me as soon as you're ready. Have I seen Gandahar, aka Light Years? Yes, I have. Yeah, I have seen a lot of like bizarre science fiction and fantasy animated features, most of which are foreign, because it really was only America never really got into science fiction and fantasy animated features the way other countries had. Not like France or Canada or Japan, obviously. Japan is the mother lode. All right.
Shit, motherfucker.
Hey, what is up, dude? What's up,
happening,
dude?
man?
Is your camera working or?
Oh, no camera with me. I'm totally naked.
Okay, got it. Let me Let me just get a little picture of your face there, then. There
Sorry
we
about
go.
that, folks, but y'all ain't paying for that.
Oh, what is this advertisement bullshit? Come on, don't give
Score
me that.
Pringles, dude. Are you getting score Pringles?
No, I'm getting. I'm actually getting cameras,
Oh,
which
are you
technically.
getting Boris Reds?
No, just getting a fucking ad for a camera. Hang on a second. I think I got it solved.
Look at it. It had that big extra thing like you can buy a lens that'll cost $2,000 to put right there in that big empty spot.
I know. Oh, gee, there we go. God, fucking ads popping up, fucking up everything. Piece of shit. So,
I
yeah,
think
man.
that works. In fact, the way you've cropped it was actually kind of better than the whole image.
Oh man. So yeah, like last Tuesday, when we had Ken Evernall on. After that, me and Yogi were talking about.
Thing pulled on a day when I was working my week of hell.
Oh yeah, dude. So what happened with you? What made it so
Oh,
bad?
no, it was just real life stuff. People forget that I do this as a lark, and
Yeah.
my real life world is actually a little more complicated than that. And every now and then, real life has to take precedence.
Oh yeah, tell me about it, man. Oh man.
You saw you had to twiddle your thumbs for 2 hours in a laundromat today.
Yeah, pretty much. Like we had this local laundromat that was right across the street that was awesome. It just shut down.
But you're in like fucking San Fran. I'm sure the people watching in a laundromat has to be interesting.
You'd think.
Oh darn, that's
Yeah. It's gotten really, like, it's never really super warm here, but it's gotten really cold. Like
Also,
the rest, like
stuff?
everyone else get global warming, we're getting that global cooling part of the equation.
But no, seriously, I'm looking at your cup. Is that full of the stuff?
Is that full of it's full of seltzer water and gin.
Okay. Because I just wanted you to go, hey, there's something bubbling out the ground. I should taste it.
Oh God. Like the fact that the movie we're talking about the movie The Stuff at the moment. Yeah, it's like the first thing that happens is like this white stuff comes up up the ground. And a guy's like, I'm gonna eat it. You're like, what?
It clearly lets you know what kind of movie you're watching.
Yeah,
It's the kind of movie when Michael Moretti breaks the window and it's clearly a superimposed GIF on top of the damn image. You're like, okay, I accept this.
Yeah. It's pretty bad. It's a
So
great
hello
movie though.
everybody in the chat who's saying hi and stuff. Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Sorry, I gotta space my appearances out because if you get used to me, then I'm not special.
Oh, but yeah, like we were talking
A little better than some of these other folks online.
well, we were talking about how
Right.
as offensive as it obviously was and was intended to be, Coonskin actually kind of got to the heart of being black in America.
Coonskin is offensive on purpose because they wanted to weed out the neoliberals. They wanted the hardcore people to start paying attention to what they were saying.
Yeah.
And when you watch that movie, you realize that's a black fucking power movie.
Oh, absolutely.
It just uses the reference of bear rabbit, bear, and all that other shit in there.
Yeah, because those were actually like slave folk tales.
Yeah. And the fact that they got fucking Scatman doing that shit. And did you notice it was live action in the end?
Yeah. There's a lot of live action in that movie.
Because, that meant Philip Michael Thomas had to act. But beyond that, I love Philip Michael Thomas, but I have to admit, as much as I love Miami Vice, he didn't find Tubbs till season 2.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
There's this one where he goes, don't you understand, man? They're trying to kill you, Crockett. I can't let you out there, That was season 1. And I was like, oh, wow. That's like that's Arch Hall Jr. bad. But by season 2, Philip Michael Thomas had figured out how to modulate that shit despite his raging ego. Because if people don't know about Philip Michael Thomas, he's the one that created EGOT. He insists that he was the one that was going to win an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony.
Yeah.
EGOT. He won none of those.
Yeah, you're right. Art. Yeah. Oh. Roz knows what you're talking about when you said Arch Hall.
And it's a shame because it was just the way he planned it. And if you know Philip Michael Thomas, you get that.
Yeah. But yeah, like Coonskin starts out, it hits you hard immediately because you got Scatman Carruthers singing a song called Nigger Man.
Yes. Now watch me dance.
Yeah. Like it's Scatman Carruthers singing a song called Nigger Man where he's basically absolutely doing like the standard shuck and jive routine.
He's doing a straight up sharecropper.
Yeah, totally. And you're just like, what the fuck am I watching?
Basically, I felt that was Bashki saying, if you can't handle this, you can't handle what comes after this.
Yeah. You're not getting through this fucking movie, you know? Because it's basically Black Robin Hood in America.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's literally the it's Les Mis for black folk.
Yeah.
And the cool part is it doesn't let anybody off the hook. It shows the negatives as well as the positives.
No. Fucking
strength back before he got censored. Because clearly we have never seen his version of Cool World.
Oh yeah, clearly. And
but Fritz the Cat, despite the fact that it pissed off our Crumb, but you know what? No offense, but I like our Crumb, but after you watch this documentary, you clearly see he's a racist. So maybe some of his shit needed to be changed.
The Arkrum. Yeah, he's got a lot of that, how to put it.
Yeah,
he is very obviously like kind of afraid of black guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
if that's
racist, then that's racist. But I feel like one of the problems that we have when we talk about racism is we don't actually get into the nitty gritty because there are a lot of different levels to it. You know, you've got like what our Crumb has, which is like, yeah, he's a little uncomfortable around black dudes because they scare him because he's a small white guy. And
they make fun of him when he lets giantesses piggyback him.
Yeah, because like, what the fuck?
Acceptable behavior in modern society.
Mm-hmm.
Which I have no problem with, but don't just parade it like it's everyday life.
Yeah. Like, well, then on the other hand, why not, right? Like, obviously, that's what makes him what he is.
I get that, but my thing is like, when you do that, you kind of purple hair it, which is saying, what I want to do is more important than this is the actual part of society I'm in right now. Maybe don't do that in Starbucks.
I don't know if I agree with that actually, because I'm a real big I'm a real big proponent of being, you know, the provocateur. Like I actually,
but I like to do it,
you know.
But I like to do it in a way where I seduce regular society to join me instead of shocking them.
That's a different bag entirely.
Yeah,
you know?
My thing is more like I like to present a situation where regular people start exploring those darker areas of themselves and suddenly nobody can judge anybody else. It's kind of like that one little after party I was at with the Tick people, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah. The world's very different behind closed doors. And
we're all weird, freaky people, just a matter of degree.
Yeah. There's definitely, it's one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't, how to put it, when I talk about some things, places that I've been, I always feel a little bit bad. Like I talk about like sex and bondage parties, like the type I used to go to. I always feel a little bit bad for a couple of reasons. One, it's a hard mindset to get in the flow of. It's quite frightening, actually, particularly in the beginning. So it's definitely one of those.
Unless it's something you were just a part of your life.
Unless you just like, unless it's just like spam on toast, you're fucking, It's going to be there's going to be adjustment period.
It's a shame you never came to any of the swinger parties I went to, Jack, because I literally
It probably
I
is
turned into
actually.
Zacharelli, I turned into the Ghoul, I turned into Count Scary, I turned into Count Floyd. I am your host to make this an easy transition.
Nice. But getting back on Coonskin, like the
Oh
thing
yeah,
that I
that's
found,
bet that.
yeah, the thing I found that was so interesting about that is they did a couple of things. One of which is it's far more about the three guys than it is about Robin Hood saving Maid Marian.
And by the way, Bashki picked three distinctive parts of the black community that represented a large swath of the black community. The big burly guy, the kind of hustler guy, and the ultra religious guy who's totally full of shit.
Yeah. Brer Fox.
Yeah.
He's a crooked preacher.
Yeah,
So
kind of
full
like
crap.
all preachers, but also specifically black preachers, because I had one in my family. And when they took me to go visit him when I was like 8, I noticed that his house was really, really big. And he dressed kind of like a pimp. And he had like 8 cars and they were all like pink and purple.
Yeah, he's following in the model of Sweet Daddy.
God damn right.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Sweet Daddy was the fucking king of crooked preachers. Like, that guy would come in and his followers, the guys that hung around him, just carried in a bathtub. And you're just supposed to throw money into the bathtub for Sweet
If y'all
Daddy.
know Carnival, he was Justin.
No,
He was brother Justin.
Yep.
And I love a chance that I can always do a Clancy Brown reference.
Yeah. The thing that was interesting though is that he was brother Justin, but he had a lot more flair. He had a lot more swagger to him. Sweet Daddy
yeah,
did.
yeah. He had a little Iceberg Slim in him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of crazy,
and a little bit of Goldie. Present your ties to Goldie.
Yeah. Like if ever you see in a movie like the crooked fucking.
I'm totally
black
rolling
pastor,
a joint while I'm talking to you right now, just so you know.
No problem. You ever see like the crooked black pastor in a movie? That's based off Sweet Daddy.
Yeah, pretty much. But also based off of reality, as someone who can tell you that.
Oh yeah, no, Sweet Daddy's a real guy. He really did that shit.
Yeah.
You know, he really did it, and you're just sort of sitting there like, wow.
Oh my God, did somebody bring it? Oh, somebody brought up Car Wash in the chat.
Oh, fuck yeah, Car Wash.
Richard Pryor's character.
Yeah.
He was totally spoofing basically Sweet Daddy.
Yep. Yeah, he absolutely
With the
was.
white shit and saying, ain't nothing wrong with money, motherfuckers. By the way, same movie with George Carlin and Richard Pryor at the same time, just so y'all know.
Yeah. But, well, they were buddies.
Oh yeah, they were buddies, and I love the fact that George Carlin was the only comedian that could ever get away with when he talked about language. He was like, "We don't have a problem when Eddie and Richard say niggers. You know why? They're niggers."
Exactly. The context fucking matters. It matters more than anything.
And you saying exactly is reason number 85 of why I was shocked you ever got on Channel Awesome in the first place.
Oh, because yeah. Well, it's very odd. Like I'll be honest. Like the people making those decisions of who got on and who wasn't, they were not overly worried about that kind of stuff.
Right.
They absolutely were not. Although there were a lot of contributors that were. You know, it was very odd. There were definitely. What was that?
Those contributors tend to be in. It's one of those little boxes that's referred to as a safe one.
Well, yeah, I usually referred to a lot of them as the New York crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, the New York crowd was very, very, very they were politically aware, but also politically naive, which I thought was very strange.
I'm sure the guy in the green suit was really glad he left before you showed up.
The guy in the green suit?
You know, the one that uses polysyllabic words to make it sound like he's smarter than everyone else.
Oh, I know
I'm
what you're
going with
talking about. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't part. Yeah, he was only. Well, I felt kind of bad because, like I said before, like I thought me and Kyle were becoming friends. I thought we were getting really close,
I
and
thought that
so
too. And then I
yeah,
said the thing, and he decided we weren't friends anymore. I was like, oh,
exactly,
wait,
exactly.
sorry. This is a one-way street. You get to decide this. You don't get to just, as someone who says, I want you to look at challenging art, you can't be challenged by one little thing I said that disagrees with you.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it was
I
really.
see what you're using social media for. Fuck you, asshole. Just go get laid.
Yeah, well, I, I, yeah. There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that, because like what it really came down to, and I don't feel bad talking about this because it's like
Oh,
been a
me
couple of
either. I'm
years now.
totally open about this.
Yeah, where
Right, use
basically
tweets
what
that-
well what had happened is because I thought we were being friends, I talked to him as if he was my friend. And that means allowed myself to be a lot more crude around him, a lot more like plain spoken.
And let me
know,
guess,
and
that
giving him-
slowly started to scare him.
Hmm?
Let me guess, that probably started to scare him because you were being too blunt and honest in a way that he didn't like.
I don't know about that, but one thing that really obviously stuck in his craw is that when we had a fight, like I called him a pseudo intellectual. And when
And
I tried to mend that bridge and kind of go like, I'm sorry I said that, man. Like I know it hurt, and I was just mad. He was he brought that up, and I was like, dude, I'll be honest, we're all pseudo intellectuals. So, I was talking mad shit, and I apologize. That wasn't good enough, and I'm just like, dude, like, come on. I said I was sorry. First of all, I said I was sorry.
I mean, I'm the kind of guy that can talk about how, hey, let's talk about the Virgin Spring when we talk about fucking Hills Have Eyes. But by the same token, I'm the same person who will be like, if you bend over at a convention and say, bite my booty, I'm going to do it. So I'm a conundrum. And maybe you just have to accept that.
Well, it's very odd because that guy's got a side that he hides from himself, and it's really weird. It's very odd.
Darkness under there.
What?
I feel there's a darkness under there.
Well, there absolutely is, but like having seen a peek of what it actually really is, it makes me go like, if you just accepted this one thing, this one little thing.
Let me guess. There's a little part of his life that he can't publicly accept about himself, so he has to compensate around.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because, like,
and I don't think anyone would be shocked by me saying that.
No, not at all. Like, I don't think that's you would be like.
And keep in mind, I'm still cool with the Walkers, but hey, I'm still cool with you because they've accepted that their friendship with me comes with caveats.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I never had a problem with Doug. I never had a problem with Rob.
Now, by the way, me and Rob, thick as thieves. I should tell you something. You ever catch him one night where there's an open bar? You'll have a good ass time. Is all I'm gonna.
Yeah. Well, like, let's talk about some guys that I absolutely do get along with that I will miss being in the constant company of. Lewis.
Actually, I like Lewis.
I like Lewis a lot. Linkara. I like Linkara a lot. I never had any problem with him. We argued about things like the nature of good and evil and the nature of heroics versus villainy, but I always felt like our arguments were kind of like the demon and the angel and Good Omens.
Oh, God. Oh, gotcha. Crowley and Azrael.
Yeah. Like he was Azrael.
And damn it,
and I was
you asshole!
Crowley.
You knew I knew that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. But like I always felt that, which is occasionally like Linkara would do something a little bad, and I'll be like,
Linkara's the guy that throws the bread into the pond, and you're the guy that makes the ducks actually sink.
Yeah,
bread too heavy.
Yeah. Like,
and you go, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, dude. Yeah, but it always came down to like we always agreed on the big picture,
Mm-hmm.
which was we didn't necessarily believe in God and the soul in the
Hey,
same
Farrar,
way.
what's happening, man? I see Farrar's in the chat.
Oh, Farson, holy shit. Holy shit, man! I haven't
Yeah, I
seen that guy
know.
in like over a year. Oh
I
man, hey Fard, how you doing?
I
Been a
haven't seen him.
while.
And he was like, "Do you want the regular picture or the Neil deGrasse Tyson?" I was like, "Well, it's me. You have to be Neil deGrasse Tyson so I can make a Neil deGrasse Tyson joke." Whereas, like, even Neil deGrasse Tyson, with all his intellectual insight, can't figure me out.
Yeah. God, I like Fard for Fard is he works with Nostalgia Critic a lot. He plays Corporal Punishment. Real interesting dude. Real interesting dude.
Oh no,
It's
me,
it
him,
was
and Jason Laws hung out at MME in 2015 and had a blast.
yeah. Well, one of the things I thought was really interesting is we've actually had some me and Fard have had some very brief like political discussions of some of the shows that we've been to. Nothing too
Yeah,
deep,
he's
but
some
enough to
friends.
realize that we were in two different spaces, but we agreed on a vast majority of shit. And I
Yeah.
found myself going like, "No, man, I need more of that. I
Yeah,
need more
I
of that."
love political discussions where we can have ideological differences, but we can
Yeah,
find a common ground. Because at the end of the day, remember, race, class, all that shit really is window dressing to being, oh, I don't know, people.
yeah. What you got? Well, the thing is that for me, politics is all about fighting over the future.
Oh,
You know.
sorry, Royal Blake. The weed you're smelling is me. That's clearly me right now. I got some shit right now. Let me read the name of it to you. It's called Purple Headband.
Oh, Fard
You
corrected me.
might
It's general
realize that
anesthetic,
we're
not corporal punishment.
referencing fucking Hendrix's headband at Woodstock, and this shit is the bomb.
Wait. So you're smoking weed, but where are you? In Chicago?
I'm in Detroit.
You're in Detroit. Is that? Are you smoking California weed?
Oh, you forget we have medical marijuana here.
Oh, so do we.
But what I'm saying is that means I'm not smoking bunk.
Oh, got it. You get that? Do you have?
I
Do you?
came from
Does?
those times when I had to smell the formaldehyde and go, yeah, I'm not buying this.
Yeah, you. So I gotta ask: is it local growers or they import that shit?
No, these motherfuckers are fucking. My people actually work at hospitals. They are genetically making this.
Oh,
They are
interesting.
strains that they got from Afghanistan, the Netherlands, and whatnot, and they are making the best things they could possibly do.
You ever been to California? You ever had California weed?
California a few times, and frankly, what I got there, I think they called it Cali Gold. I was not impressed.
Oh, challenge.
Oh no doubt. By all means, when I do come to town, show me the spots.
Oh man, God, they've all fucking changed. Well, we'll hook you up. We could actually hook you up. I might have to call on Brother Jace in order to
About
give
to
me
say-
the real lowdown these days.
Because I ain't gonna fret, just like what you're saying, even though I'm in a medical state, I still have a few numbers in my phone. Because they go, oh no, I got the shit for you right now.
Oh man. Yeah, I recently reconnected with some of my old contacts from back in the day, and they were like, "Hey," and I'm like, "You still doing what you used to be doing?" And they're like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Okay then."
It's like, yeah, let me know what progress has been made.
I want to relive the late '90s. Well, we can hook you up, my friend. Dude.
So were you there for the beginning of rave culture over there?
Oh fuck yeah.
San Fran?
Well, beginning would be overstating it because the beginning would actually be like late '80s. I wasn't here for that, but I was here for the boom time. I was here for I was here when it was really taking off. Which was the mid 90s, late 90s. That's when that thing jumped off big.
Yeah.
Like, there's a movie about the Bay Area rave scene called Groove. It's spot on.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I love that movie. Groove is great, but it nailed it spot on because this was a movie done by people from that scene who just wanted to do a fictional movie about it. And they nailed everything. They nailed the good. They nailed the bad. They nailed the hilariously incompetent.
So it's the exact opposite of that flick from the guy that made damn it, his name is escaping me, but Rose McGowan, Doom Generation guy.
Oh, Doom Generation.
Iraqi.
Oh.
The one he did that has Rachel True in it, and she's a lesbian, and I never see her have a lesbian scene. And fuck you, Greg Araki.
Yeah, it was. Doom Generation was not as spot on. He was kind of trying for a.
Was that ending not a fucking Benny Hill ending? Hey, I'm a bug. Fuck you. I'm out.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the thing that was weird about that movie is that it captured some things, but really missed the mark on others. If you're talking about, like, the bisexual guy thing, he nailed that part.
God, you know what I didn't get was the free distribution of very expensive drugs.
Well, what were they distributing? I forget.
It was ecstasy.
No, that happened. That always happened.
Oh, really? Because
because motherfuckers had money back then. Back then, motherfuckers had money.
Yeah, in Detroit,
$20. What's that to you, man? Your friend wants to have a good time. Fucking here, have 4 of them. I got 100.
Man, you have no idea how much effort I had to put into getting fucking good, non-smacked up ecstasy in Detroit.
Oh my god, I can imagine. Oh jeez. Yeah. All the good shit went to New York.
Why? I'm feeling different. Oh, fucking smacked, you bitches.
Yeah. It was all the good shit either went to New York or California.
Gotcha.
That's where all the good shit was. Like, just absolutely flat out. Now, the best shit, now we're talking like cream of the crop around the world, that was in the obvious places. That was like in Barcelona and Ibiza.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Amsterdam, places like that. But
until I met a chemist, but that's a story for another day.
Oh, my God. Like, well, it turns out one of the very large MDMA labs actually was located in North America.
You know what's crazy, bruh?
Yeah.
Trudeau, who does Doonesbury, was talking about legalizing MDMA back in like 1988 in Doonesbury on regular editorial strips.
Yep.
And this is a guy who was known as the guy that everybody in Congress reads his strip every day. And they hope he's talking about the people they don't like.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Gary Trudeau is a very, very interesting character. Although one of the things that it says is
married to Jane Pauley, which always trips me out when I remember that.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, he had an entire character based on Hunter S. Thompson, Uncle Duke.
Yeah, Uncle Duke. Cigarette holder and everything.
Yep. Man, it's so weird. Like, one of the things that has been bothering me lately is that I feel like the older liberals have kind of lost their goddamn minds along with everybody else.
Oh, well, I think the word you're trying to say is their balls.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but modern liberalism to me is some pussified fucking listening to some emo bullshit with mascara running down your fucking face because you're too bitch ass to fucking man up.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it didn't used to be that way. Now, don't get me wrong, you used to wear eyeliner back in the day as well, but that's because it made you cool.
Yes, exactly. And in fact, it was the kind of shit you had to fight over.
Yeah, absolutely. You fought over it.
As opposed to like, yeah, accept me. Just deal with me. See, my problem with this modern liberalism is they don't want the struggle. They just want the benefits. They don't want to have to fight for what they believe in. They just want you to lay down and let them fucking do it. I'm like, adversity builds fucking character. It's part of evolution, you dumbasses. Sometimes your shit should not be popular and you have to make it popular. And if you can't make it popular, you have to decide if this is something you're going to stick with or not. I don't like this idea of you just have to accept this and
Yeah.
roll over. This is why we have a Trump America right now, because you scared the straights, god damn it.
Well, I think actually my opinion is it's not that they scared them so much as they lost the ability to communicate with them.
Yeah, it's like they refused to talk to them if they wavered from their ideology 1%.
Yeah, like it's so weird because I keep trying to figure out a really good way to cross that gap.
Oh, by the way, people in your chat are bringing up Where the Buffalo Roam, and
That was a good
thank
movie.
goodness for that.
Yeah,
God damn it.
yeah. Where the Buffalo Roam's
Watch
a good
that
movie.
one after you've watched Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, because you
Yeah.
need to get Pure Hunter first, and then you can get how the studio system tried to do Hunter later, because that first one would throw you off.
Yeah. Like Where the Buffalo Roam was made before, long before. But like
Way
Fear and
before.
Loathing in Las Vegas, that'll give you a really good taste for Hunter S. Thompson the way he was.
Despite the fact that you don't have the hulking body size, because Hunter S. Thompson was like 6'1", and Johnny Depp is not.
Yeah.
There
Fucking
was a
Hunter S.
physical
Thompson's a big guy.
intimidation factor that allowed Hunter S. Thompson to get away with the shit he did that Johnny Depp's body size just doesn't indicate.
Yeah.
Because he would go into Rolling Stone Studios. I think Warren Ellis recreated this in Transmetropolitan, where he runs in, grabs a fire extinguisher, and just starts spraying people. And this is something Hunter S. Thompson actually did at the Rolling Stone offices.
Yeah. He would just do shit. He's crazy. Like it's kind of amazing because like if you ever get yourself like the Criterion Collection Blu-ray edition of fucking Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Then listen to the commentary track.
What about the part where Depp is actually responding to letters that Hunter sent him?
Yeah.
And he's literally talking to Hunter like, fuck you, you asshole. You think you're going to manipulate me into doing this? No, I know how you operate. I hung around you for a month. I know exactly how you roll. You're full of shit, and I'm going to do this. And Hunter was sending him a letter going, yeah, you got me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, the entire time, like, you just imagine Hunter S. Thompson sitting there with his fucking cigarette all just being,
Hunter cut Depp's hair for that movie.
Yep.
That trips me out every time I hear it. I'm like, that was how specific they were. And, of course, that wonderful cameo where he goes, is that me?
Yeah,
where he looks
the
around,
line is,
literally
back in the
Hunter S.
60s,
Thompson sitting behind
there
him.
I was. Holy shit, there I am.
I so love that, but damn it, Jack, I gotta go take a pee. You should probably go take a smoke.
Okay, all right, we'll do that respectively. Meet you back here in like 3 minutes.
Gotcha.
All right.
Stay tuned, folks. Same Jackula time, same Jackula channel. I return bearing gifts. Oh, I meant a gift for me. Sorry, folks. If I knew if I could email you a sip of my tasty grog, I would, but I can't. I'm doing this as an experiment. Can you guys hear me? Because I'm not sure if you can. He may have muted me. But if you can hear me, I want to have some fun. Oh, you can hear me. Good. So, Slap Pit. You guys realize what you have not been taking advantage of in this situation, right? You're the Slut Pit. Have you people been hooking up with each other yet? You know good and goddamn well you're not going to find somebody in your town who thinks about you and thinks about the things that you do the way that you do, like you do in the Slut Pit. So if there's somebody who's like maybe 2 hours away or maybe 3 hours away, might be worthwhile to check them out. And yes, for those who know, I'm obviously doing something that I did in my other online life. But one thing I have noticed, geeks tend to be the freakiest motherfuckers on planet Earth once they feel comfortable around the person they're with. So the one thing you guys need to understand is, if you have this surface level of shit that you get along with, it's not a bad idea to see where that may lead. Keep in mind, we get that little thing that you're scared to share with somebody else out of the way before we even say hello.
Oh shit, I left you alone with Mr. X. What's he been telling you?
Oh, that was
What
perfect.
has this motherfucker been telling you?
Oh, just having a little talk about how the Slut Pit should take advantage of the fact that we've already gotten some of the awkward things that you take a while to share socially out of the way. So if you're close to each other, you might want to pursue that, or at least, have like a drink night or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I really agree with in an ass backwards way. I gotta thank Kyle for one thing, which is something I actually wanted to tell him, but he cut me off at the pass. Which was, he was right about Cizik. He was right about that guy. Yeah, that guy is actually really fucking fascinating. Because he has a lot to say against, despite the fact that he's like super Marxist dude. He has a lot to say against political correctness. Because he feels that political correctness inhibits two things. It inhibits real change, and it inhibits closeness.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, because he's like, how do you know you're close with someone when they tell you a dirty joke?
Right.
Like his favorite, he talks about this moment where he's like, he loves it when he's out and about, he loves to say awful things. So he's like, these two black guys come up to me and they had read my book and I'm signing it for you. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I do not know which one is which. All you black people look alike to me.
Ooh.
And he's got this big grin on his face and they look at him and they laugh and they go, one of them goes in, gets really close and goes, you, sir, you can call me nigger. And you're just like, no, at that point that that man loves him.
Exactly. That's geek juice to me.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah.
we all roll. Think about it. I'm the one that always says faggot, and Jowski's the one that always says nigger. That's geek juice. If you stop and think about it for half a second, you realize, oh, I get it now.
Yeah. Actually, one of the things I thought was really interesting is one of the guys who like sung your praises the loudest was actually Cecil.
Cecil's my dog.
I love Cecil. Yeah, Cecil is good bad flicks.
Cecil is, you know who Cecil is? He's our Phil Hartman.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
He's the glue. He's the regular guy that just does this for fun and then just says, fuck y'all. Y'all go do your wacky, extreme shit online. I'm just going to be over here in my corner taking care of my kid.
Yeah. He's also I don't think we can even argue that he's one of the more successful of us.
Oh, no doubt. But not just that. He is the most gleeful of us.
I agree.
Has found this one sweet spot where he can acknowledge that a movie is shit, but he will, as Charlie McMullen always puts it, he will find the Mentos in the shit.
Yep. Yeah.
And you know what? I admire that ability in him because I have it to a point, but my line is a little higher than his. But you have to keep in mind.
I keep meaning to get Cecil on, but like
Cecil's hours are weird. You know,
they're really strange.
He's always got to wake up at like 5 a.m, and for you, that's when your show starts.
Yeah, pretty much. Like he's got to get up in the morning. He's got to take care of his kid. Like it's one of those he wants. We've talked about it, and he's like, I'd love to be on, but I got no time. We have to figure out when there's time. And it's always like, hey man, do you got time to figure out when you got time? And he's like, no, not really.
Don't forget, he's also on. And let me get my Patton Oswalt voice together. The Escapist.
Yeah, well, he fucking replaced Movie Bob.
Yes, he did.
He totally replaced Movie Bob.
He did because suddenly the position made sense.
What did? Like the escape the when they got the new guy, the new editor-in-chief of the Escapist, he fucking cleaned house.
Man, he pulled a fucking he pulled some Lampoon, didn't he?
He did.
He pulled O'Donoghue.
Yeah, he came in, he was like, all right, you out. You're all fired. I'm getting rid of you. You can say you resigned if you want. The important thing is that you're out of here.
Exactly.
You know, just out of here, you know, and people were like, why? And he's like, I can't have people telling the audience to go away.
Yeah. We can't have
no one's reading these think pieces, so they're gone. You know, Movie Bob, you keep telling the audience to go away, keep telling them they're bad, you're gone. You know, Jim Quisition was the only guy who left of his own volition.
Right.
You know, because he was out of there long before this went down.
He probably saw how the wind was blowing.
Yeah, I think he absolutely did. He was like, well, I could either leave now or I could get fired.
Yeah.
You know, and who knows what, like, the new guy will want. But if I leave now, I get to keep my show. So, fuck it. I'm out of here. Which was a really good move for him.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
I think Jim played that well.
He did.
I have my issues with some of the stuff he does, but I will not deny I admire his audacity.
Exactly. The ironic thing is that his the type of thing that he was doing actually probably would have continued to have jived well in the New Order. You know,
he was really not coming across as mainstream right now.
No, he really isn't. And what was it? The new guy also brought on Leona Kay.
Yeah,
who's a very interesting figure that doesn't get
and he brought
Still
attention. Gray up Ian Michael Chon, the guy who exists as the example of when you finally stop drinking the Kool-Aid, and he fully admitted it, and that took balls in the social media age.
It did,
to literally say, I was wrong.
Yeah,
and he totally supplicated himself to the internet, and that takes balls.
Yeah, it really does. But the thing that I thought was most interesting is that, it was the Baldur's Gate. It was the Baldur's Gate controversy,
right?
Where the editor finally let everyone loose. Where he was like, "All right, we have been not dealing with politics for on purpose for the last year, but in the wake of everything that is happening with this, it's gloves off."
Yeah, and it needs to be. If you're going to be fringe, be fringe. The internet allows you to sometimes offend some folks, but if the other folks like it more, don't worry about the folks you offend.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like he realized it was much better to that if the escapist was gonna survive, they were gonna have to actually take the hardcore stance.
They were going to have to take a stance because they had to get away from those fucking pussies that were reprinting each other's articles with different names on them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, which is so fucking rampant.
Gamers are dead. Gamers are dead.
What the fuck? That was some of the stupidest.
Gamers are dead. I'm sorry that we saw a way to infiltrate your little clique here, but it's our clique now. So fuck you, bitches that made the clique exist.
Yeah, it was. Oh, that was so awful. Like that whole like gamers. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, it's demonstrably untrue.
And I'm a literally casual gamer as they come, but I'm a bigger fan of free speech and the resistance of groupthink. And from a distance, just from the people I was following on social media, this shit was falling into my lap, and I was going, I've seen this before.
Oh, yeah.
And I've seen it done more subtly than this. You motherfuckers think you have so much power that you can just be blatant with it, and I must get involved now.
Yeah. Like it was weird because it really was. Some people I know knew I like got on my shit for saying this, but I'm like, oh no, this is PMRC fucking shit all over again. All over again. You know, they're trying really, really, really hard to control the new media with the old scare tactics. There's just one problem, which is the new media is controlled largely by young people as opposed to old people. And there's a split there too, but it's not the slam dunk win you're thinking it's going to be because the world has changed.
We still have people who think 13-year-olds shouldn't see R-rated movies. They don't understand that in the internet age, these are the same kids that if they wanted to could be seeing DVD. And if they choose not to and they just want to watch an R-rated movie, how about let them?
Yeah. Like, well, it's really weird because the whole reason for that really does come down to the not the NAACP.
Chat, not all young people. Some young people are fucking awesome right now. Some young people know more about our filmatic history than we do. Never let social media color an entire group for you because you see the flotsam on the top. There are so many young people that follow Geek Juice right now who literally love Lloyd Kaufman. Mm-hmm. They love Roger Corman for all the right reasons.
Yeah.
They love the fact that they can tell they're watching a Joe Dante movie within 5 minutes. Yep. These are people who are less than 20 years old that know this kind of stuff. Never disregard the youth as a group.
No. They're always going to contain the best and the worst, just like every generation.
Yes.
You know, that to me is a key. Like this is one video I've been thinking of doing, but I never figured out the right track. And it was all in the wake of this Lori Penny article, all about the people that follow Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah, and like first of all, let's just clear the air. I think Milo Yiannopoulos is a piece of shit. You know,
and I ain't gonna lie. If I could have him just talk about movies, I'd hire him for Geek Juice in a minute.
Fair enough. But like, I think as a human being, he's pretty awful.
Oh no, you know what he is? He's the manipulative, stereotypical gay that used to exist in the 60s and 50s.
Yeah.
He is the gay predator, the one that will make you gay. I don't even want to think about how many dude bros he tricked in the fucking during these tours.
Probably a couple. You know, I always preferred my buddy Jace's approach, which is he's just there, and the guy's like, I kind of want to have sex with a man. He's just like, all right, cowboys, suit up. Let's just do that. Relax, exhale.
And then he grabs him by the chin and says, "Cowboys don't pout."
Yeah. Absolutely. Fucking dude, you gotta come to San Francisco just so you could meet my buddy Jay.
Oh,
Love that
you
guy.
know, I just gotta come hang out. Doug, we could shoot a video called Jackula X and Guru go to the dollar store and just have like a HD Pro shooting it.
Oh, man.
And that would be classic.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Like I don't like Milo. I think he's a very I think he's a terrible person, to be totally honest.
Iceberg Slim term. He just realized he could pimp other people out without actually them realizing they're hoes.
Yeah, pretty much. You know,
the chat is right. He's just like Ann Coulter. He manipulates situations to benefit himself.
Yeah. A lot of people were
Strikes
talking
me as
about
someone who would change his political belief. He was the guy who called gamers sexless faggots and then said, "Hey, I might be able to make some money from this." And he got them hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, absolutely.
He just only enjoyed Milo for the fact that we saw it so transparently. We were like, "Wow, are you watching this?" We were like, "Are you guys seeing how he's manipulating these situations to his benefit, but he's making it look like he's helping the masses?"
Yeah, he does that. That's exactly what he does. He's fucking
so
Foxy Loxy, man. You know, he's one of them motherfuckers.
But the minute that he showed up at that one speech with the guys holding him up on the chariot, Jowski sent me a message saying, "Yeah, he's done." It's gone to his head, and I was like, "Yep, you're right. He's gonna self-destruct," and that was back in November.
Yeah. Soon after that, you know.
Right before Trump was elected, by the way. Because for the record, guys, I'm taking a very first 4 years SNL approach to today's political situation. I'm looking at it as a spectator because I'm sorry. I know how the world really works, and the president is a title, but the big business of America is America. And the minute this starts fucking up their global needs and their ability to make a profit, I assure you, this blip in our time will be addressed.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt about that. Like it's happening as we speak.
Right.
You know, it's crazy. But one of the craziest things that's going on right now is they're like, all right, the Russian steel is starting to hit the American market. And everyone's like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. We're having normalizing trade with Russia. But my question was, wait a minute. Russia has started making steel? Why?
Maybe because we stopped.
Yeah. It's possible. But that's not even, they're not even like the best steel making concern that we know of. The best steel making concern that we know of is Sweden.
But are they the cheapest?
I don't know if they're the cheapest, but they're the highest quality and most reliable.
Yeah, but if Russia's the cheapest,
maybe, but I don't know if we want to be using like bullshit steel for things.
Oh, we don't want to, but we're gonna.
Yeah.
Guys, shit's gonna get bad for a minute. Y'all might as well just take off your rose-colored glasses. This is not a movie. We're gonna be dealing with some fucked up shit for the next couple of years. Guys.
God, yeah.
Just accept it.
Yeah.
Just fucking accept it. Do not be surprised by it. Don't get an outrage on Twitter. It's coming. It is coming.
Yeah, I've actually been thinking of like trying to do like a series on
How
future
shit slowly fucks up.
apocalyptic. Well, no. On apocalyptic 80s and 90s apocalyptic films, and just being like,
Ooh.
yeah, this is how this is going to be, and actually bring out that science fiction aspect. You know, maybe talk about things like like Max Headroom and hardware and
Oh,
shit like that.
you're already speaking to the converted, man. I've
Mm.
got so many people. I think I made 20 people go buy the Max Headroom Blu-ray set after my riff.
Oh, I
Because
fucking love Max
because
Headroom.
you know what episodes I showed them?
Which ones?
I showed them War and Blanks.
Dude, yeah. Blanks. Holy
Blanks
shit.
really resonated with them like a motherfucker, dog.
Yeah. You talking? That's the one where it's the computer is censoring everything, right?
Yeah, and on top
Mhm.
of that, they actually clicked the TV and they were like, "Oh my god, an off switch!" And the cop said, "This she'll get life for that."
Yeah. Yeah, just for having a way to turn the television off. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like those Vizio TVs that you didn't know had two-way communication on them. We just discovered recently. You should really pay attention to the news you don't see on Facebook, guys.
Yeah. You know, well, I have the opening, but I gotta figure out how I'm gonna actually like do it. Like I know what the opening is, you know, to this series of films. You know, I won't talk about it here, but I've already figured that out. But one of the things that has been bothering me, this has been bothering me about the channel. So War on Christmas, the people it really spoke to. You know, so I don't regret doing it, but
Right.
the amount of views that it got was really disappointing because I thought it was going to go a little bit bigger than that. You know,
They
that?
may not have known how far you were going with it.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
Because, you know, you got to keep in mind the way you advertise it, they're seeing that next to guys that are just doing surface points.
Yeah.
As opposed to like getting really analytical and taking advantage of the information presented to talk about like deeper themes.
Yeah.
All they're seeing is like, oh, that's like that guy that has those glasses and that tie, and he talks only about the superficial shit. He's my friend, but I'm sorry, that's what he does.
Yeah. And to me, like I really love getting into the nitty gritty. Really love getting into the you know, because we're talking about things like film, and film always touches upon the mythological, the ancient. You know,
The ancient, not just that, and also touches on life events where you bring something
that's what
to
myth
it.
does. That's the whole point of myth.
Yeah.
You know, the whole point of myth is to give you an idea of like, oh, hey, no, what you're going through is something that has been here since the beginning of time. But
I love Joseph Campbell. I'm just mad that everybody thought that was like a new Bible and shit.
oh man, Joseph Campbell is great. I loved that man. You know, that guy was fantastic. That series of interviews he did with
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
was it Bill Maher, the other Bill Maher? Not the comedian who did like Politically Incorrect, but there was another.
Not the one who has a lot of good things to say, but he's also an elitist asshole, and those two things don't mesh very well.
Yeah. Not that guy. But the NPR guy.
Yeah.
Like the interview he did with that guy is amazing. It's I have it on DVD. It's like 4 hours long.
I put the Joseph Campbell interview right next to that Bruce Lee interview that I know you have to know.
Oh God, yeah.
Be like water. Be
son.
formless.
Yeah. Be like water.
Yeah, that one. If by the way, guys, just do Bruce Lee water on YouTube. It's something you need to hear.
Yeah. Water can flow, or it can crash.
Bruce Lee was one of the greatest philosophers we've ever had.
Yeah, he was a fantastic one. He was a great one, and he could speak in very simple terms.
Yes, he
You
could.
know,
He could make you get it. He didn't try to ostracize you with fancy
yeah,
language.
that was actually
He
what got him in trouble.
get
You know, that got him in a lot of trouble, just like it got Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson in a lot of trouble.
right.
You know, and Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson are two other guys who were like that. You know,
Sagan was a fucking maverick.
oh, he was. He was. You know, how,
How
like,
dare you break down the mysteries of the spears to the
to the
proletariat?
common man, how dare you,
Yes.
when you could be doing real science? And his
Yeah,
response
real
was,
science that only
this-
we understand. Fuck those plebeians.
yeah. And he was like, no. Me educating normal people is science. That's.
Do you know how many scientists we have now because of Cosmos?
We have Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes,
Without,
not just
without
him.
without Cosmos, without Carl
The guy
Sagan,
with
there's no Neil
the guy
deGrasse
with the
Tyson.
titties on the guy with the titties on his Hawaiian shirt also was inspired by Cosmos.
Yeah. We put a probe on a comet. You know.
Yeah, like, shit, because he wore a shirt made by a woman.
Yep.
in
Elise
his-
Preisman.
I still can't get over that. That was the
was
exact
so
moment where I
strange.
realized, you know what? These motherfuckers don't do any research. They are totally knee jerk. They need to be stopped. They
Yeah.
are following their agenda without logic, without reason, and without research. Fuck them.
Yeah. The clickbait media is really, really out of hand. You know, it's super out of hand, and I'm just like, wow, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, you're gonna get away with saying this with no consequences to you?
I
You're
don't
the
like
one who
this.
caused this.
I don't like this idea of this group thing. And by the way you brought that up, you know what that brought up in my head?
Yeah.
How Vibe and the Source had the audacity to put
Oh man.
"When will it end?" when they put pictures of Tupac and Biggie on the cover of their magazines, despite the fact that they fostered that hip hop war for every
Oh
single
yeah.
penny they could get out of it.
Oh yeah. They fostered the East versus West Side thing hard as anyone could.
And then
You
they
know,
had the
more than Tupac and Biggie themselves.
yes,
More
and they
than
had,
they're fucking whatever
More than-
Suge Knight said they did.
I knew you'd know, Suge.
Fuck yeah, Suge Knight. Like, you would not have rap without Suge Knight, but at the same time, Suge Knight was evil.
Suge
That
Knight
motherfucker was the devil, and not in a
Suge Knight
good
was
way.
Roddy McDowell on fucking Fantasy Island.
What was that?
I said Suge Knight was Roddy McDowell on Fantasy Island.
Yeah.
And for you kids that don't know, yes, Roddy McDowell played the devil on several episodes of Fantasy Island going up against Mr. Rourke because Mr. Rourke apparently was God.
Yeah. Which was really weird because eventually, when they did the remake, they just had Roddy McDowell as Ricardo Montalban's character, which was weird.
Yes.
You're just like, what? Okay.
And you meant Malcolm McDowell, right?
Malcolm McDowell, yeah. oh, you're talking about Roddy McDowell.
Yeah. And by the way, there was as much as I didn't get the new Fantasy Island, the one little part from the pilot where they took a picture of him and when the picture developed and it was just his suit and you couldn't see his face.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, if they pursue that would be awesome. But ABC interfered and
No, you can't have God versus the devil.
you
That's
be
religious.
surreal. We did that with Twin Peaks and we only got 2 seasons despite the fact that it was our fault. Because obviously never solving Laura Palmer's murder would have let you know who your real audience was.
Oh God. Well, it was really weird because it was like I didn't mind knowing who Laura Palmer's killer was, but good God damn it, could we have fucking moved on?
Well, the problem was Frost and Lynch left season 2.
Yes.
And
That was a huge problem.
And you felt it. You felt
Mhm.
it. I think Lynch left after episode 3 because obviously the first episode of season 2 is totally Lynch. He's talking about a fucking wood tick for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
There's this weird part where you feel like it's not the same show, and then slowly Frost and Lynch come back, and then you get Wyndham Earl, and suddenly the show is awesome again. Because Wyndham Earl is one of the greatest enemies in the history of fucking fiction.
Yeah, he was great.
And his first victim, wasn't it Ted Raimi?
I believe so. I think it was.
It was Ted Raimi in that goddamn, he was like in a chess piece with his face like going, ah, and he had to keep that because he was dead for like 2 minutes on screen. That was awesome.
Oh man, yeah, fucking Wyndham Earl on that show, dude. That was
By the way,
crazy.
how the fuck are they just literally gonna have Kyle MacLachlan just look in the mirror and go, oh, I've been standing here for 25 years. Let's get back to the mystery.
I have no idea what they're gonna do with that. I'm
They're gonna pull this
endlessly
off.
curious.
I can't wait to see how they're gonna do it, because you know what? Knowing Lynch, he's gonna do something nobody could have thought of but David Lynch.
Yeah, that's my hope. That's my hope. My hope is that he is still the lynchiest Lynch that ever lynched.
Well, he thought those rabbit shows were interesting. And I'm pretty sure you're the kind of guy that went to davidlynch.com the minute it showed up.
No, I didn't see the rabbit shows. Actually, you would be wrong.
Oh.
I haven't seen them.
Please tell me that when davidlynch.com first showed up, you checked it out.
I did. I mainly checked it out because someone was like, hey, did you know that David Lynch is doing a weekly comic strip called The Angriest Dog in the World? And I'm like, what?
And even better, he did the weather report for his local town.
Yep.
With no attempt to be, I'm David Lynch, check out my stuff. He just did the weather report, and that was it. And you know how David Lynch talks.
Over here,
So,
we got a cold front coming down.
Yes,
It's coming down here, and it'll be about 45 degrees in Burbank.
Foggy. You might see a bit more owls than normal.
I actually, my big thing is I always wanted to go to Beverly Hills, and from Beverly Hills find the nearest Bob's Big Boy, and then just go to that every day until David Lynch shows up.
Because at some point he will.
Yes, because everyone
he has made it plain that he's a creature of habit.
Yeah, and even Mel Brooks was in the Mel Brooks documentary. He's like because he produced The Elephant Man, and a bunch of other Lynch movies.
Right. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not a lot of people know that. There would be no David Lynch without Mel Brooks.
Yeah, Mel Brooks, literally to this day, keeps talking about why. He's like, yeah, I saw something in David Lynch. I think you see it now.
Yeah. And but he talks about having meetings with that guy. And he's like, he would only meet you at Bob's Big Boy. It's the only place he would take a meeting. Okay. So we're there. And the funny thing is, I had watched this other interview where they were like, so tell us about how you made Blue Velvet. And he goes, well, I always liked having a chocolate milkshake at Bob's Big Boy at 2:30 in the afternoon. Now, 2:30 is the perfect time to get a chocolate milkshake at Bob's Big Boy. If you went before then, it was hard to drink because it was too cold. And if you went later, then it was kind of a soup. One day...
Oh, my God. Okay, you got Lynch down, by the way.
One day, I broke into the dumpster to pick up the box that the mixture came in. There are no natural products in a Bob's Big Boy.
You got to get one of those Spencer gift things so you can make your hair stand up. So when you do David Lynch, it's actually appropriate.
I'd love to like. Well, like one of the things I'm thinking of doing with the in the coming year is actually making fun of directors that I love.
Oh, I love doing that.
You know, like
We've been doing David Lynch jokes where I've been literally just taking old 50 things. And then what I do is I slow them down and I put that Angelo Badalamenti music underneath it and have it make close-ups that are really uncomfortable. And I'm like, there you go. It's David Lynch doing commercial bits for intermission during before Live New Geek starts.
Yeah. Oh God, people apparently like the Mel Brooks impression. You gotta be kidding me. That's the weakest one. You know, like okay, like you know.
But I think you got his intent across.
Yeah.
Very
The
well.
whole like he'd only he'd meet you at Bob's Big Boy. I never understood Cleavon Little. Man, Cleavon Little, there was a talent. There was a real talent.
Job, even though the studio really pissed me off because it was supposed to be Richard Pryor.
Yeah, it was originally supposed to be Richard Pryor.
Writing credits of Blazing Saddles when people forget sometimes.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Black was totally supposed to be Richard Pryor for anybody who doesn't know. But the studio was like, hell no. But the funny part is by getting Cleavon Little, they slipped even more in.
They did.
Because he was so agreeable, so nonchalant, so erudite that the shit that he did slide by didn't feel as aggressive as it probably would have with Richard Pryor. Because let's be honest, he would have probably had a problem with subtlety.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, well, it's one of those things where like I am always endlessly fascinated why more people aren't familiar with Paul Mooney.
Exactly.
You know, Paul Mooney is probably the greatest comedian on the subject of black and white relations in America that has ever existed.
Because he doesn't care who the fuck he pisses off.
No, he really doesn't.
He just comes out and says it. He says it, and he doesn't care if he pisses off the black audience, the white audience, or whoever. He does not care.
No, he really doesn't. I loved this one joke that he said, and I've talked about this before as being one of my favorite jokes. Because I always because I'm a very mythologically minded guy, and I hear this joke by Paul Mooney, and I'm like, that is a joke that Baron Samedi says. Which was this, which is he's like, I'm not worried about saying the word nigga. I'll say it all the time. Nigga, 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 nigga. I say it 50 times before breakfast. Keeps my teeth white.
Yes.
And I was just like, that is an amazing joke.
And keep in mind, he's saying this more than likely in front of a mostly white audience. And he knows it is immediately making them uncomfortable.
Yeah. Was at the Comedy Store. He's told that joke at the Comedy Store.
I mean,
which is in the middle of fucking L.A. It's
Mitzi's probably sitting there like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and he talks about in that same special where that he put that performance in that joke, like he's got a white guy on a couch going, I feel so guilty about everything that, you know, basic guy talking about white guilt, and there's Paul Mooney as a psychiatrist going like, why don't you tell me about that, brother? And he's like, how do I make it up to you? It's like, well, you can't make it up. It's not your fault. It's not you. Did you do it? Did you do it? You know? And he's like, no. And he's like, well, then don't worry about it. Then it's not your problem. He's like, yeah, but I mean, everyone seems. He's like, and this guy, and it's obviously a whole bit that they worked up, where the guy talks about like, and this touches upon that vulgarity breeds closeness, where the guy is like, I don't get to say the word nigger, and weirdly enough, that makes me feel like I can't be a part of Black America. And I'm like, wow, that is insightful right there.
Yes, isn't it?
Yeah, because that is insight right there.
Because you know that white America is why hip-hop, I'm sorry, right now it's called rap, is the number one music in America. And you know, when it's a bunch of white guys together, do you think they censor the songs when they sing them together?
Oh,
But
actually,
they'd
they
be
do.
terrified.
They do. They do.
Really? Really?
Yes, yes, they do. They do. They're really, really, really afraid. Now, if you don't include Hispanic people, like if you're talking just WASP,
no, Hispanics adapted, nigga, and I have no problem with that.
yeah. But if you're talking about like waspy people, like people who are like a little white, even like white trashy people, like no, they do actually have a problem saying it, and they're very conscious of it. They're very worried about it,
Which is hilarious because white
is.
trash trailer people are niggas too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's
Not
something
a
a lot of
race, folks. In case y'all didn't know, it's a class.
Yeah. It's really interesting, but like no, they're actually uncomfortable. I've observed this discomfort, and you're just sort of like, wow, you're actually. It says some interesting things about them, which is like, no, they don't want to actually upset people, but they want to say it because being able to say it because it's part of the song. Because it's part of the rap. They want to be able to say the rap. And, because it speaks to them. It does speak to them. And that's what I found so fascinating. Like, I've talked with the horror guru about this 1,000 times. I was like, do you want to know why Obama got elected? He's like, why? Because suburban kids loved rap. I am going to tell you that Run DMC doing that video with Aerosmith.
Oh, yeah.
Resurrecting Aerosmith's career out of fucking
completely.
nowhere.
They were like in the doldrums when that came out.
Aerosmith was fucking nowhere. Nobody knew who fucking Aerosmith was when Run DMC covered Walk This Way.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking nobody.
And for true credit, Steven Tyler has always admitted, yes, they brought us back.
Yeah. Absolutely. At the end of the day, it was like moves like that paved the way for Obama because, for lack of a better way of putting it, all of a sudden white trash kids thought being black was kind of cool. They thought it was okay. Did they really get it? Well, they got the emotions expressed, but they didn't really get the cultural context. How could they? But they understood the emotions because they were feeling it too. And, lo and behold, 20 years later, once all those people become adults and of voting age, and there is a truly eligible black candidate, because, look, I'm sorry, Jesse Jackson was unelectable.
Oh, yeah, completely.
He was
I'm sorry,
unelectable.
that religion halo, you can't have that as a president.
No, not at all. But the minute Barack Obama shows up, you're just like, whoa, that guy is electable. Holy shit.
Yeah.
They made him president 2 terms
As
running.
crazy as it sounds, I had no doubts he was going to win.
I was worried. I was worried.
I was not.
Oh, man.
I looked at the political landscape and I realized you had 8 years of I'm Gerald Ford that doesn't fall down.
God, yeah. Oh my God.
I was
like,
yeah,
Bush, man. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I was
Comparing
like,
him to
there's
Gerald
no
Ford
way
is very apt.
The country is gonna want to shift, and they're gonna go, well, he might be a nigger, but you know what? He's better than that motherfucker. So let's go ahead and do this.
Yeah, pretty much. And he was very electable. He was very. I always look for this. This is what I always look for in election. I always look, whenever I'm watching a debate or an appearance, I'm like, I want to see President what's his name. I want to see President Perry. I want to see President Mitt. I want to see President Barack Obama. And whoever shows that to me first and best.
Before they're president, I'm like, that's the one I want to support. Exactly.
And for Barack Obama, it was the moment when everyone challenged him about his lack of experience, because he'd been a senator for 4-6 years. That's nothing.
Right. Yeah.
And he just went, well, I really think that when people worry about your lack of experience, what they're really, truly worried about is your judgment. And I think my record speaks for itself on the quality of my judgment. And I'm like, that's it. There he is, President Barack Obama. Even-tempered, unfazed, willing to take on any challenge. That's it. That's the man. He has my vote.
And I'm about to give you a little insight
Hmm.
that you probably couldn't get from anybody but me. Barack Obama is the end result of whenever you're the only black kid in that really special class where they like promote people early and shit, you have to be 2 times better than
Oh
everybody
God,
else
yeah,
in the class with you.
yeah, yeah,
And that
yeah,
is why Barack Obama became president.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because he had to be so much better than anybody else, and so as a result, he was.
Do you know that for 2 years, people in the press were still calling him Mr. Obama,
I
not
believe it.
President Obama?
Oh, jeez, that's fucked up. Oh well, not everyone's gonna get on board, I guess.
Now, let's not get it twisted. As much as I appreciate what Barack Obama did, and in my opinion, he's the closest to Carter as far as like domestically doing more, he was a politician. And
Oh
as
yeah,
I
he's
always
definitely a
like to
politician.
mention to people, they are not the same species as us.
I would
And
actually,
that's
I would
why
go. I
and
would,
that's why there's some fucked up shit connected to his legacy.
yeah, I would actually go farther. I would actually go farther. I think he was, I think he was way better than Carter. Like I would go so far as to
Oh,
say he was the Democratic version of Ronald Reagan.
mm. Or the Democratic version of Clinton, because he was never truly Democratic.
No, no, well, no, no, no. I'd go with Ronald
I
Reagan
mean,
as
he did do
terms of
NAFTA after all. Come
yeah,
on now.
yeah. Well, I would go with Reagan simply in terms of effectiveness, his ability to communicate, and how well received he was as president.
I will say that Obama
Despite
gave a
everything against
human
him.
voice to the presidency that you normally don't get.
Oh, oh, absolutely. Like we're really not getting it now.
Yeah, but you know what? We all know that this is going to be a do-over, so let's just tough it out.
Oh my God, yeah.
I
Like
mean, oh my God,
how?
big. You know, I'm not going to say the Illuminati or that there's people behind the president, but there's people behind the president, and I'm here to tell you he's fucking shit up. This shit's gonna get resolved pretty fast.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I don't know what you can say, what to say other than like, I don't know for how much longer Trump can continue to defy the keys of power.
Right.
You know, like that's the thing that's very, very, very bothersome, which is no king rules alone. And every king needs keys in order to enact his will. So, where are these people? Who are they? They're not not the fucking idiots he's got surrounding him at the White House. No.
I love
We
how they're
got
telling me. By
like
the
when
way,
I
your
think of
chat keeps telling me who I'm channeling right now. I was Bill Hooks a little while ago. Now I'm the vigilant Christian.
well, like one of the things that freaks me out is this whole all this stuff with Russia where I'm like, if this is innocuous as it really seems to be, as you are making it out to be, why is it so secret? You know,
Because
like,
fuck you. How you going to debate me? We have an 18-year-old girl with a Twitter account as president.
yeah,
That's
pretty
what's going
much.
on right now.
Yeah, and I just find myself going like, you can't be letting Russia do this. It's really not good. And I think I know. I have a hypothesis for what's actually going on. A lot of people are worried about war with Russia. No, it's not going to be war with Russia. The United States is not going to be going to war with Russia, not directly at the very least. But I have a feeling I know what this is actually gearing up for. It's actually got nothing to do with us. We're just the kid with the coolest war weapons on the block.
Yeah, I actually agree
What
with
this
you.
is really about is this is about Russia gearing up for a conflict with China.
Yeah.
Which
This
I'm
is all
going to
about-
be really honest, whether or who wins that conflict is going to be directly proportional to how much China gives a shit.
Yeah. Right now we're aiming at China and North Korea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, North Korea is one thing, but China's the big one because they are Russia's number one competitor.
Oh yeah.
You know, in the global market, like China's rising, Russia's falling.
China looks at them like Homer Simpson looked at Mr. Burns after they were rescued after the avalanche. Was like,
Yeah. Well, it's like China doesn't even need to care about Russia. It really doesn't. You know, it's like, oh,
In
Russia.
theory, it shouldn't.
In theory. Like, well, it comes down to this, which is like, all right, are you going to go to war with us? No? Okay, cool. We're just going to go back to being China. But a lot of the reason Russia isn't being more forceful with China is it doesn't have the military power to do so.
It is kind of spread out right now.
But if it gets America on its side,
Yeah.
then it's got something to negotiate with. But I find myself going, yeah, that'll give you negotiating power, but you're negotiating with China, and I think you're vastly underestimating it. I think you're grossly misjudging how that's going to go.
And how much do we owe them again?
Well, it's not even about that. It will be as a direct result. It won't be because of economic pressure. China won't cave to an economic pressure or an economic opportunity. It will just do shit. But what will happen is that if Russia starts to insult China, then China will have it in its crosshairs. And that is something you do not want.
Yeah.
You do not want literally the largest nation on the planet looking at you like, we could just destroy you. You know, and so you got Russia where it's like, well, we've got all these nukes, and they're like, yeah, but we've got 1 billion people. We've got 2 billion people and counting. And all the resources and all the focus that we will need to create a war machine against you. Your population is a fraction of ours, and we are a communist totalitarian state.
Yeah.
You know, if we need soldiers, we just draft everybody. We just tell them you're serving now, and it's over.
We don't have to clone people. We got them already.
Yeah. We don't have to do shit. We don't have to do anything. All we have to do is arm people, drop them in your territory, and wreak havoc.
They're an extra locked and loaded Dominion from Deep Space Nine.
Yeah. In many ways.
They got plenty of Jem'Hadar.
Yeah, they got tons of dudes that they can just throw at you. You know, you sure you want to... You really want to step to that? You know, because that's how the North won over the South, despite the fact that the South had superior tactics and superior technology.
Right.
The North just had dudes. It just had guys. And they just kept throwing guys at them.
They had cannon fodder.
Yeah, they had cannon fodder. It's like, the North just zerged the South. That's how it worked. They just zerged them. You know, but because no, the South, they were superior in every other way. They were way better. They were more honorable fighters, ironically. They were smarter fighters. They were more adaptable, but there were just too many Northerners. There were too many of them. And once all it took was a general going, all right, let's just throw guys at them. That was Grant. You know, let's just throw guys at them.
And to be honest, isn't that how we did Normandy?
It
We threw the
is.
first wave of guys,
It is. We
and then the
just kept
second
throwing
wave of
guys at them.
guys won.
Yeah. We just overwhelmed them. Because they've got it's one of those like they've got 10,000 bullets, but we have 50,000 guys.
God damn it, Jackal! Do you realize how all things tie together?
Are you gonna bring up the
Tonight
Warriors?
on Live New Geeks, I put Steven Spielberg's debut appearance on TV with Night Gallery.
There you go.
The same guy who directed the fucking invasion of Normandy on fucking Saving Private Ryan, which unfortunately gave us 15 years of shaky cam, but was an amazing sequence. And it just reminds me that's why you're Geek Juice, buddy.
Yeah. Oh man, someone brought up the Panzer tanks. Yeah, the German Panzer tanks were awesome. But do you know what they weren't compared to the American tanks? Mobile. American tanks just kept moving, man. Like they could move over anything. That's what made them so powerful. That's why we won that front. That's why you got Patton going, "You goddamn beautiful bastard, I read your book."
I read your book.
Yeah, because he had specifically learned German so he could read Rommel's manual of tank warfare so he could outmaneuver them.
Bastard.
Oh my God, yeah. And he's like, "No, Rommel's a genius, but I've got American mobility and ingenuity on my side. As long as I can counter him, I win." And he did. He totally did.
I just love how so much of war has been chess related.
It usually is.
Because I love chess. I really do. I love that game. I love the idea of we both start equal. Who's going to be the lesser when this is over?
Yeah. Who's going to be the last man standing?
Yeah, chess is totally about ego. Chess is totally about I beat you.
Yeah.
With the same shit you had. I beat you.
Yeah. Oh man, although man, an even better game. And this explains a lot of China's tactics. China don't play chess. They have a version of chess, but that's not the big strategy game. The big strategy game is Go. And Go is a game of relative victory. You don't wipe out the board in Go. You conquer territory. And no two games of Go were ever alike. There are just too many possibilities. But it really is just one of those, no, I surround you, I claim your pieces. And at the end of the game is when there are literally no moves that can be made. If there's no place on the board you can put a new piece, that's when the match is over. And then you're like, all right, how much territory does black have? How much territory does white have? And whoever has the most is the winner. Because that's how China runs its wars. It's not about destroying you. It's about making away with the largest amount of stuff.
Yeah.
Because eventually, if you've got no stuff, you're just going to surrender. That's how it always works.
War by attrition.
Yeah. War by attrition. War by relative victory and attrition. That's what always works. Whoever can make that happen is the one who wins.
Hey, Count Jackula, you're an asshole. I have to be at work in about a couple hours, but I'm going to go take one more pee. I'm going to give you 15 more minutes. I'm going to grab one more beer.
Okay, I'm going to do something very similar. I'll meet you back here in 5.
Gotcha.
All right.
I'm going to show up before he comes back again. the way, I grabbed 2 beers, not 1. Because I'm hoping I have a few moments to talk to you all again. Seriously, guys. All you freaky folks out there, all you freaky geeks, all you people who normally come to the slut pit, really, try to find olive branches with each other. It's very unlikely that most of y'all are going to find people that even remotely get your references, who remotely get the kind of shit you're into. So take advantage of these little pockets of the internet. Did someone just say I look like Carlton from Silver Spoons? Okay, here's the funny part. You can't see it, but I'm doing the Carlton right now. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. It's not unusual to be, I don't know the rest of the lyrics. But seriously, guys, take advantage of these little pockets of the internet that you get. I'm here to tell you, as someone who grew up before I was at least a teenager before the internet really was a thing. And the ability to find people like me was amazing. The ability to find people that would like me and that were really like me is amazing. Right now, believe it or not, guys, I'm drinking Milwaukee's Best because on riff nights, I know I'm going to drink a lot. I'd rather drink piss water than waste good shit because I know my good shit. And I can't wait till Jack comes back in going, oh God, I left you alone with Mr. X again. Yep, here he comes.
Once again. Dude, I gotta ask you, since we're on the subject of like the new century and race relations and all that, have you heard Kendrick Lamar's "To Pimp a Butterfly" album?
No, I have not.
Oh my God, you have to. You have to. I was introduced to that album by Rap Critic. He played it for me in his car. We were driving to see The Witch, and he's like, "No, you got to hear this." And he puts it on, and it starts out with.
But did you say Kendrick Lamar?
Kendrick Lamar, yeah.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, I have.
Oh, you have. Oh, okay. Okay, good. God. Well, like the minute Andre, aka Rap Critic, like fucking put that thing on, and you just hear the first word, which is a like this Al Green R&B kind of sample that just says every nigga is a star.
Kendrick is the soul of hip hop. Somehow all the people that led to him actually being born absorbed all the best parts of hip hop ever to lead to him existing.
Yeah. It's I without a sense of irony or fear of contradiction. My opinion is Kendrick Lamar's "To Pimp a Butterfly" is the first truly significant and important album of the 21st century.
I agree. I feel it's up there with like, and it takes a nation of millions and beats rhymes on life and shit like that.
Yeah. Because and he had me from the beginning because I hear that and I'm like, whoa, we're just gonna fucking come out and say that shit. We're just gonna start with the N-word. Awesome, I'm in.
He basically realized I can live the rest of my life off the royalties of my previous albums. Fuck it, I'm doing this.
I'm doing this album, which is really super important to me. And
which, by the way, is totally punk. If you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, but when it gets into the with the first song, Wesley's Theory, after that whole like beautiful ethereal like every nigga's a star when it gets
Right.
when you hear the hit me and then it which is James Brown and then it goes into funk. I'm sitting here and I'm going, whoa, somebody loves Maggot Brain. Somebody
And that just
fucking loves the album.
come on
Maggot
now,
Brain.
you know that cover shit. If you take his braids out, Kendrick looks like the cover of that fucking album.
He fucking does. He fucking does. And at that moment, I said that out loud, and Rap Critic hands me the CD cover, and he's like, "Dude, look." And I look at it, and I look at the credits for Wesley's Theory, and I'm like, "Oh shit, he did this with George Clinton."
Fuck.
Holy fucking shit.
I didn't actually read the liner notes.
Oh, yeah. That whole thing where you got that guy who's going like, when the four corners of this cocoon collide. That's George Clinton.
See, to me, he's gotten to that point of, like I said before, Nation of Millions.
Mm-hmm.
The Low End Theory. De La Soul is Dead.
Yup.
The first Lupe Fiasco album. And frankly, even though I know it's very poppy, the first Snoop album.
I agree, but I think you left somebody out.
Who's that?
Tupac.
I'll be honest with you about Tupac. I come from this part of the black community that says Tupac was a great sponge. But unfortunately, he let the popularity of being that sponge kind of color him, because I find it
I could see
I
that.
find it very hard to forgive him for Hit 'Em Up. That song is vile.
Well, let me
Where
put
he
it this
literally
way,
tells,
dude.
where he literally tells Biggie, "I fucked your wife." I'm sorry, that's
pretty bad.
to me that kind of crosses the line there.
Yeah, but I live in California. I don't think anything is gonna make me be permanently mad at him because he gave us California love.
Well, that is true, and he also gave you two versions of it.
That's true. That's true. And he
One
references Mad
straight
Max in the video,
with
man.
God damn it, California
Knows how to party.
My biggest issue with Tupac was he was so interested in trying to make up after he got out of jail that he would record with everybody,
Yeah.
and he let them keep them because that has now tarnished his legacy. Because I'm a big believer of, if we could get rid of 80% of the posthumous Tupac, his legacy would make more sense than.
Oh, yeah. You talking about the albums they released after he died.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm like, no, that don't count. That don't count in my book.
And the other thing that really bugs me is Suge really got into his brain.
Oh, my fucking God, yeah. Well,
You know
Suge was the
you know what changed him?
devil.
You know what changed him? Apparently, he was dating Quincy Jones's daughter, and Quincy decided that we need to have a talk.
Yeah, well, let me, like, into Pimp a
Basically,
Butterfly.
Down to him, like, motherfucker, you are not acting like a platinum artist right now. You're acting like a thug out the street. Cut this shit out.
I got to be honest, like, when Kendrick talks about the evils of Lucy, and obviously he means Lucifer, like, I keep wondering, because he's talking about the temptations of fame in the rap world, I keep wondering whether or not Lucifer is actually supposed to be Suge Knight.
I would not be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either. You know, like, I could totally see Suge Knight being like, hey, man, why don't you come over, why don't you do this? Why don't you come over here? And one of the things I thought is really interesting is fucking Kendrick Lamar's relationship with Dr. Dre.
Right.
because like it turns out, as far as I can tell, the song he did, it's not on To Pimp a Butterfly. It's the previous album, Swimming Pools, is all about his relationship with alcohol versus Dr. Dre's. Because the guy who's like, yeah, you get a swimming pool full of liquor and you dive in, like that's Dre. And the album is the song is basically like, Dre can swim, I drown.
Right.
Dre can handle the party life. He really can, but I can't.
He's went out of his way to prove it.
Yeah. Yeah, he had the physiology, he had the mentality, like fucking, no, Dre can handle himself, but Kendrick's like, I can't handle myself. Oh shit, what does that mean? Which is, of course, what that whole song is about.
And about to say, because unfortunately, modern hip hop / rap, because I think they're two separate things.
They kind of are.
Has created a situation where, just like in rock and roll, you're expected to fuck all the chicks and play the guitar. In modern rap, you're expected to be a former drug dealer who has flipped this shit, and you're supposed to fuck all the hoes and not give a fuck about nobody except your boys. Which, by the way, really gay. Just saying. Fuck them hoes, but I'm down with my dogs.
Over hoes. Homies over hoes.
I'm like, yeah, that's gay. At the end of the day, I hate to say it, as much as I love classic hip hop, I kind of hate modern rap because it spends too much time trying to impress other niggas instead of trying to impress the bitches.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Hip hop is.
Yeah. Like, well, that's one of the things I thought was really interesting.
If I'm going to show my male dominance, wouldn't I do it to someone I want to fuck?
Yeah.
Hang out with?
Yeah. Definitely. Like, I totally know what you're saying there. Like, and that's actually one of the things that like separates Kendrick from a lot of the other popular rap acts right now.
Internal and external.
Wait,
which
say that again?
He's external and internal. He's layered.
Oh, Kendrick? God, yeah.
And I love the fact that because the way hip hop works, you can look at it on multiple layers. You can see it on the surface level. If he's tricked you with the words he's used to make you think he's agreeing with you, but if you listen a little bit deeper, you might realize he might be diametrically opposed to what you're thinking he's talking about.
Yeah. Oh, dude. That fucking part of the album where he's like on stage and he's talking about how many niggas we lost this year. We don't got time to waste time.
Right.
Whoa. That moment of the album is amazing because I'm just sort of like, this isn't even like a song. This is something that they obviously recorded off of an appearance.
Oh yeah.
And he's just saying there and he's like, no, the word nigga is more important than you realize. And he makes the equivalency of nigga with negus. And I'm just saying, Negus, negus. And he just does it again and again and again. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, this is where to me it gets really interesting, where we like get into some deep mystical shit, because I'm like, that's an old bard trick, to recontextualize a word in order to create a new meaning, which is exactly what he is doing. And of course I'm like, I picked up on the fact that the word negus has its origin in the word mage. That's where it has its origin from, magus.
No, I get that.
Yeah. Because the negus of the tribes that had them were influenced by the Zoroastrians, you know, who were given the title by the Greeks of Magus. You know, because they thought they legitimately thought that the Zoroastrians had magical powers.
By the way, you know I know all this stuff, but all I'm hearing is, yeah, the shit that kept us stupid.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about magic, or are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm talking about religion.
Oh, religion. Yeah, yeah. It's real weird.
Sorry, folks. Here's my philosophy on religion. If it makes you a better person, and you don't make anybody else's life worse, and you do good things, then I think religion is awesome. If your religion allows you to make any other person on planet Earth's life worse, fuck you.
I have to agree. But I also separate faith from a political force.
Oh yeah, I do too. I'm a bigger believer. Well, you got to remember, I come from the brainwashed black community that thinks that Jesus can solve everything. And
not just any Jesus, white Jesus.
Yeah, white Jesus. I love the fact that every church I've ever fucking been in has that fucking white Jesus in it.
Do you know why? Do you know why white Jesus?
The fact that I don't even... I love Jesus as a role model, but not as a physical entity.
Yeah, well, do you know why Jesus doesn't even look Jewish or Arabic?
Why is that?
Okay. Here it is. It's crazy. It's because you have to remember something very important. The first Bible was not written in Latin. It was not written in Arabic. It was written in Greek.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it was written in Greek. And here's the thing.
And that was at the same time where they were putting ichthos up on their fucking doors to make sure the fucking Romans didn't kill them, right?
Yeah, little bit before that.
Oh, okay.
But here's the thing. Like, because Greek, it wasn't Rome that was the center of learning. It was Greece. Greece was still around. But here's the thing. When they were trying to convert the Grecian people to Christianity, they latched onto a very specific image. Can you guess what that image is? Think about what Jesus does.
Could it be carpenter related?
No. What else is Jesus?
Resurrection related?
No. Well, yes. Yes. But what else is he? How do you refer to Jesus? What does he do?
Well, if you're a realist, you say, he said, hey, we can all just chill together on this planet and just,
that's part of it.
Accept that we're all different. But I'm pretty sure that's not what you're talking about. So why don't you just tell me?
Okay. Think about what he does. Think about, what is Jesus called other than Jesus Christ?
The Nazareth?
No. He's called the Lamb of God.
Oh.
Now, tell me some of the miracles that he performs. He brings someone back from the dead. We touched on that.
Life from the dead. He turns a really potentially fucked up social situation into a nice lunch and some other things.
Yeah, but what's the big one? What's the big one everyone remembers?
Would that be water into wine?
Yes. Now, tell me a Grecian god who is associated with wine, healing.
Would that be Bacchus?
Yes. Yes. The image of Jesus comes from the image of Dionysus.
Sorry I cut you off there, but I thought that was funnier.
Yeah, that's where the actual image of Jesus comes from. That's why he's light-skinned. Because they equated him with Dionysus.
By the way, I love that David Cross thing where his followers go, "Hey, by the way, Jesus, we got this sage. You think you could?" Well, I mean, if you have time.
Yeah. But yeah, the image of
Although
Jesus.
it would have been funnier if he had said, "We have this oregano,"
Yeah.
because then it was like a silver streak.
Yeah, yeah. And also consider who the woman he hung out was.
Yes,
She was a prostitute.
that hoary
Whore.
chick.
You know, so
Who-
the image of Jesus very quickly in the Greek world becomes equated with Dionysus. And that's the first image that we have. And it just fucking stuck.
Right.
You know, it just fucking stuck. Down to the beard, down to always holding a lamb because Dionysus was the fucking god of shepherds.
Yeah, the whole hipster rocker look of Jesus, I've never understood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Dionysus had long hair.
He looks like a drunken lead singer of the Doors, just minus the body weight.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's the same archetype that like Jim Morrison was tapping into. He was tapping into Bacchus. He was tapping into Dionysus.
Except for the fact that he had a few extra calories.
Yeah. He didn't quite. You know, he did not have the genetic predisposition of demigod. You know,
He had the predisposition of sprinkle some fries on those cupcakes.
Eggs, yeah. He and Elvis both, man.
And that's a shame because I love Elvis. So many people don't realize the behind the scenes Elvis stories where he would take a song from like a black guy that sang it at the bar,
Oh yeah.
and he would personally pay that guy royalties out of his money.
Yeah. It's one of those. Did Elvis steal music from black culture? Yes.
Yeah,
He
I hate that
absolutely
shit.
did.
He absolutely did, but you know what? He paid it forward.
Yeah. That's why he's the king. You know. So many times, like not even that happens. You know, you got to remember, like, Elvis was also one of the reasons gospel music became popular. Not directly, but he promoted it. He promoted it heavily. He produced a lot of it.
Which, I will try not to hold against him.
Well, yeah. But
Yeah, I'm a big believer of mind control. Control the masses. Your religion should only affect you and the people around you, and that's it.
well, your religion is really supposed to be about your relationship with the unknown. With the unknowable. That's what it's there for. That's what it really is. Like there's me and Yogi talk about this at length.
By the way, can I just say that it's fun that while I'm looking at your chat, every now and then I see the word "come."
Oh yes.
It feels
yes.
appropriate for the slut pit.
Oh,
As I
absolutely.
was telling them every time you weren't around, I was like, you guys need to find each other. If you're close to each other, maybe you should hang out. Just saying.
Oh, dude, like
You've
do
already
you
got
do you know how great it would
here.
be if like even just once every couple of months there was actually a gathering of all these people? That'd be amazing.
Exactly.
It'd be amazing. Fucking like just get people together and fucking find a way to get some people to perform.
And have a whole audience of people just rubbing each other.
Yeah. Why not? Like some people I'd like if like I've played around with the idea of con Jackula, and I'm like, well, who would I have perform with that? And I'm like, okay, well, there'd be several. They're way out of my price range, but there would be several. One would be Ghost. Another
Well,
would be
Geek Juice will be there, obviously.
what was that?
Geek Juice will be there. If you plan
Thank
this
you,
con,
thank you.
we'll be there.
Another one would be let's see, Ghost. There would also be DJ Qbert, if you remember him.
I do.
Oh man, that would be a weird one because I don't know if people would be ready for DJ Qbert. I
Keep in mind that
loved that guy.
By the way, if you ever do a con, I can be there with 2 laptops mixing video and audio at the same time.
Okay, well you would absolutely could demand that you not only put in DJ Qbert but also Flying Lotus.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Flying Lotus, hell yeah.
Yeah, fucking with I remember the whole mystery surrounding Captain Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and everyone was like, "This is Flying Lotus. It has to be."
Clearly
it is. And everyone's like, "No, man, he's some weird guy." And it's like, "No, it's Flying Lotus." And then eventually it was like, "Yeah, Flying Lotus is like, yeah, I'm Captain Murphy. What do you want?" And I was like, "See, I fucking told you."
And then you get that intro sequence from ATAHF.
Yeah. Aqua Teen. Oh, jeez.
Oh man. I love that intro. That intro was so mellow that it always made the jarring transition to the show even more fun.
Oh man, I remember when that was like, what happened, man? I remember when like Aqua Teen and South Park and shit like that. That was cream of the crop. That was flying high. That was
actually, for the past 2 years, South Park brought themselves back.
They did. I gotta agree, they did. But
I was a little shocked that they had to redo their election episode because I was like, wouldn't y'all by now realize have 2 versions on an election night episode?
That's how fucking convinced everyone was.
Yeah.
That's how convinced everyone was.
That explains why we didn't get the result we wanted.
Yeah.
Everybody just assumed and they just figured it was just going to happen. And I'm like, I'm a black guy from Detroit. I'm here to tell you, y'all don't know how the rest of the country works, do you?
Yeah. That was something that I was hip to the entire time. That was really hard to communicate to people. It was so fucking hard to communicate to people.
I saw it because we tend to speak on the same wavelengths. Mm-hmm. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, we might be in trouble.
Yeah. Like, I definitely felt like we were in trouble because I was having difficulty communicating the desires of conservative America to people.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't want to hear it. And I'm like, whoa. You don't want to consider what the majority of America is going through? You got to be kidding me. Like, this is some of the most important shit, particularly given the electoral system that we have. If you don't understand this, you cannot win an election. Like, fuck whether you're right or wrong, you're just going to lose.
Right.
But even I, at the end there, was hoodwinked into thinking there was no way Trump could win.
Yeah. I always knew it was. And by the way, I riffed Richard Gere, May's Power that night because I knew it could go either way.
Yeah. I didn't want it to go the way it went, but like,
I didn't want it to, but it didn't surprise me.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad that Lady Diskette picked up that the Slut Pit would have red pillows. She's right. Absolutely. Absinthe would be just the beginning, by the way. I've done a lot.
I can't truth.
Done a lot.
You know what I treat this election as put up or shut up. All these purple hair motherfuckers who have been utilizing this 8-year couch they had to just kind of say whatever they want without proving it. How about put your money where your mouth is? How about really be a fucking activist, not just someone who puts a fucking hashtag in front of what you post on fucking Twitter?
Yeah. Well, like one of the things that bothered me is there were so many really good arguments against everything that was happening that I thought would have been like rock fucking solid. And then it just felt like
I live in a state where you can go from Blade Runner to fucking 15th century. I knew
yeah.
where this election was probably gonna go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, yeah, all you had to do was kind of take a look at St. Louis and fucking Michigan and all that jazz, and just be like, ooh, yikes.
And the fact that Michigan in the primaries, we went Sanders, Trump should tell you all you need to know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That should have been the big. There's so many times that I was like, no, this should be the wake up call. This should be the wake up call.
Yeah, it should
know,
be.
You know, we obviously have found the person that can at least meet Trump on his own terms and has a chance of winning.
The problem was they just assumed the chick should be next.
That was really bizarre because it was
opposed to the person who was clearly showing them where the grassroots were.
Yeah.
If they ran Bernie versus Trump, I can't guarantee who would have won.
Yeah, and it was really hard to explain people like one really important subtle nuance. Is they're like, oh, they're just against a woman being in charge. And I'm like, maybe, but more importantly, the problem isn't that it's a woman. The problem is that it's Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Whether or not there is a sexist reason behind this, Hillary Clinton herself poses a distinct problem for
I totally agree. She was the worst female candidate you could have had.
Yeah. Like you have to come up with a better argument than she's
like if you had Max Julian as the first black presidential candidate.
Jeez, yeah. Oh
come on, bitches! You know you want to vote for me.
Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. You know, like why would that work? That didn't work for Jesse Jackson.
Exactly.
You know, like the whole argument of like the fact that she tried to come off as an outsider. I was like, who the fuck told you that was a good idea? That's a terrible idea.
I have no problem with a female president. I have a problem with Hillary Clinton as my
like it's just too much baggage. There was too much baggage. Like I still remember how the original healthcare debate went down in the 90s and how that all happened at the end of that. If you were there, you looked at Hillary and you were like, you let us down.
Yeah.
You completely let us down and you sold us out. How could you do that? They
were so convinced that their social ideology would lead the way. They never even considered Bernie a potential candidate.
Yeah, they didn't conceive that he could be viable. And the thing is, to be fair, until those initial numbers came in, I didn't think he was viable. But I was watching how he was climbing in the primaries with no support. And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh my God, no, you gotta switch gears now.
Yeah.
Because if he has this much support with nothing behind him except the people, holy fucking shit. This
because
is the guy we need to
people
go with.
Is why Trump won.
Exactly. You know,
no one saw it coming, and that's the funny thing is because thanks to social media, you can put a little bubble around yourself where you never see the shit you don't want to see, and you didn't realize this motherfucker was climbing up the polls.
Yeah, he was climbing up the polls a big way. I'm like, a candidate like Bernie Sanders almost winning the primary just through his own sheer momentum.
Exactly.
You gotta be kidding me. Like,
I won't say I'm feminist. I will say I'm humanist. And if you gave me a female candidate that deserved my support, I would have given it to her. But I'm sorry. Hillary Clinton is old school politics, which means corrupt.
Yeah. You knew what you were gonna get, good and bad.
Bernie's sign seemed to me like, fuck you guys. I can take advantage of this Twitter shit and actually make a fucking difference in the world. But I guess you guys don't want that.
Well,
okay.
it was very bizarre.
You needed to be black president, now what? Female president. So fuck old white guy. I guess I'll just drift to the side. And that sucked.
Yeah. It really sucked. Like at the end of the day, I bit the bullet. You know, I voted for Hillary because I'm like, no, I see disaster with Trump.
I voted for Hillary too, even though I knew as I did, I was like, I think I'm putting my golf pencil in your cavern.
Yeah.
I could feel that even as I did it.
Yeah.
I literally felt that. I was like, God damn it, they played the social media game better.
Yeah. You're like, well, I'm gonna do my little bit here to resist this, but we'll see how it goes. You know, and then the reports come back and you're like, well.
And I was literally riffing that night. I was riffing Sidney Lumet's Power. Which, if you know that movie, you might realize why I picked it for that night.
Yeah, like how to put it, like that night, the movie that I kept running in my head just to keep myself sane was Putney Swope.
I couldn't do Network that night because that would have
would have been too far. Like Network would have depressed me.
Network would have been tainted by that night. I couldn't do that.
Yeah. But Putney Swope. Like Putney Swope, I was like all down with because I'm like, yeah, because at the end of Putney Swope, at least the guy gets away with the fucking money.
Right.
You know, because he realizes, you know what? All systems are corrupt. Make a bunch of fucking take the money and fucking run, motherfucker. Take the money and run.
Which I gotta be honest, I totally get.
Yeah, totally.
Geek Juice is totally transparent, but we're also transparent as the fact that we know we can manipulate you in some ways, and we do that on purpose, and we let you know we're doing it.
Yeah. The thing that's so the thing that's so fucking, the thing that frustrated me beyond everything during the election is there kept being these golden moments where it's just basically like, oh my God, Trump said what? He did what? Oh man, go in. Go all in, everybody. All in, savage this man, destroy him.
And they didn't.
They fumbled the ball every time. Grab him by the pussy. I'm like, that is the golden moment.
Yeah. I was kind of shocked that people didn't really for lack of a better term, latch onto that.
Yeah, well, I feel like what killed it was that fucking Black Eyed Peas video. That thing was awful. You know, like, I found myself going, no, you don't talk about respect. You talk about grab him by the pussy, and then you have someone, I don't know, maybe Tyler Perry or somebody, dress up as Barbara Bush.
Yeah.
Because her name is Bush? You ever come out and say, I'm Barbara, I'm Queen of the Bush, grab this? Holy fucking shit, that'd have brought the house down. But no.
No, the problem is we assumed we won.
Yeah, we assumed we won, and the whole narrative of we gotta get behind Hillary, and I was like, wait, why do we gotta? It's obviously a better option, but you're acting like we have no choice. And that's a problem because actually they do. They can always go take the worst one.
Yeah, they presented the old lesser of two evils. But it doesn't change the fact that if it's the lesser of two evils, what are both categories?
Yeah. Yeah, and that was kind of the
just
fucking problem.
saying.
That was kind of the fucking problem. And like one of, well, like the thing that was also making me really upset is the entire time I'm sitting there and I'm going, we need real satirists to stop Trump. We need real fucking satirists. And we have been
really
cutting
pissed
their
off
balls off for the last 4 years.
I'm really pissed off at Patton Oswalt right now until I hear his new stand-up.
Oh,
because what he's doing online
Yeah.
has been concerning me, but from what I'm hearing is it's all set up
Yeah.
for his next stand-up, and that stand-up might be like George Carlin's doing it in New York.
Yeah.
Or jamming in New York, whatever he called it.
Yeah, hopefully
Where
it is.
Carlin showed up as a whole new comedian, like, fuck you, bitches. I'm about to talk about the shit that matters.
Yeah. And it's really Aw. Horror says when America falls apart, we want to adopt the guru.
You got 5 more minutes, buddy. I gotta go to work in the morning.
All right, dude. Hey, man, always a fucking pleasure.
Thank you.
Always a fucking pleasure. Yeah, it turns. Man, we only talked about coonskin for like 10 minutes.
I know, but that's cool because you're joining our site, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, the thing that's so weird is that, like I've said, like Coonskin is a really dense movie. It's a really dense movie that talks about. You know, I'm like, no. It and Get Out are movies that are all about being black in America, and it will get you.
It doesn't just deal with black issues with white America. It deals with black on black issues.
Oh God, yeah. It gets Coonskin gets dense.
It does. You can tell that Bashkin knew some black people who told him some shit.
Oh yeah. There's no doubt of that. You know, to me, it's actually one of his most important movies, but it's also one of the most overlooked.
Oh yeah.
You know, like Heavy Traffic is not that bad. Most people remember Wizards.
Oh, of course.
You know, but
they always remember. Hey, I saw Tolkien nipples.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm not gonna fucking bash on a person for that. I noticed them.
Oh, I'm not bashing. I'm just saying. Let's be honest.
No,
we all the nipples from Wizards.
Fucking fairy princess Eleanor. Holy fucking shit.
That and the blood that you didn't expect from a PG movie.
Yeah. No. The thing that wrecked me more than anything else from Wizards was Princess Eleanor. Because that was the moment where I see that and I'm like, no. I seem to have a thing for like chubby girls with big tits. Okay. All right, we're doing this. This is it. This is just my type now. I've admitted it.
But that's because chubby girls with big tits are awesome.
They are awesome. You know, like,
I'm sorry. I will get sexually involved with someone I'm interested in who's tinier, but if I can get a little chunk with my funk, I'm more than
dude. It's like fucking. It's like fucking. Sir Mix-a-Lot said.
I know.
I want to grab you.
I know.
And, double up.
I totally am with you, bro.
Yeah.
And I like a little cushion with my pushing. I ain't gonna lie. I'm sorry. I like them ladies that are like comfortably plump.
Yeah. They just feel nice. They just feel nice to hold.
Don't they? Don't they just feel inviting and warm?
Yeah. Something really wonderful about it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely. I think the woman the woman I lost my virginity to definitely fit that category. And I think she. It was just one of those things where after that it was just like, yeah, okay, it's just gonna be this from now on. You know, just this. You know, let's not pretend. There were a few times when I deviated, and I was like, God damn it, it's not the same. You know,
just not. And I do have to go.
All right, man. I will talk to you later.
All
I
right,
think
no
I
problem.
will.
Obviously, I'll be talking to you and Guru very soon.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, I gotta figure out like who I'm going to have on after you. So I will let you. I will let you
Pick one of the females that feels the most mentally unhinged.
mentally I don't. What? Why?
Well, it's a slut pit, so that's actually going to take a minute.
Oh, whoa. All right. I think for the purposes of the entire stream, gotta find someone I can have a conversation with. Let's see who we got. Well, um, I haven't talked to Horror in a while, but I don't know if she's up for a conversation. You know, obviously that would be a somewhat of a different conversation because I'd want to hear about her kid and all that stuff. You know, um, uh, why not talk to Guru? Well, I talk to Guru all the time. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, he's like over there. And yeah, we could, but I don't know if that'd be entertaining. Oh, Horror's just up for the feeding of the child, and then she shall retreat back to the coffin. All right. Fair enough. Let's not get into the way of motherhood. It is an important part of everyone's life.
Apparently, Deep Fryer really wants to talk to you.
Deep Fryer really wants to talk to me. All right. That's a possibility. Is he beep beep?
So does Lady Diskette. So.
All right, yeah, let's do Deep Fryer and Lady Diskette. Let's do that. Do. Let's see. Actually, Lady Diskette may need to add me on Skype. Lady Diskette, send me a Twitter DM with your Skype contact on it. Let me see. I know I got Alex here. No, not that Alex. That's obviously not right. Yeah, Alex, I've had you on before, so do me a favor. Just send me a message. That way it will ding up on... hold on. Is that it? Okay, no. That was somebody else. Alex, yeah, send me a ding in Skype so that I can find your name. Because I know you're here because we've talked before, and I've got to... But Skype keeps changing, so I'm like, I don't know who anybody is. Do. I'm fucking it. Do. Although to be totally honest, yeah, or I do want to talk to you again at some point. I haven't talked to you in fucking ages, and I really want to know how things is going. It's been so fucking long. You had your kid, and then it was okay, well, I'm gonna let her disappear into baby world. Because of course. All right, this is Lady Diskette.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, everybody.
All right, let's get the screen cap going.
I got plushies. I'm gonna.
All right. All right. So where is... Oh, I'm definitely... Hold on. This is not Alex, but Envoy the Black Abyss sent me a contact thing. I definitely want to talk with him or her at some point. I actually don't know if Envoy the Black Abyss is male or female, but we've talked a lot on the Twitter.
Yeah, as you can see, I am. Unless you could. Yeah, as you can see, I am definitely woman.
Yes. Even with the title of lady, that could have been a little dicey there. Yeah.
I'm always brutally honest. So even online, even if with a username, I am. I just totally. Yeah, I'm totally like it says on the tin. In fact,
Whoops.
Oh, is
No. I'm having some weird XSplit issues. It's not you at all.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
wait. Hold on. There's Alex. Hold on. No. What are you doing, Skype? There we go. Add to group call. All right, now we're gonna figure this out. We are gonna figure this out.
I don't know if you can see, but I dyed my hair.
Oh, I can't actually. All I see is that it's dark.
Yeah, which is weird because I have all the lights on in my apartment. I don't know what the deal is with that.
Well, not all webcams are created equal.
Okay.
Like this one has pretty good low light detection. So man, you know what I would like? I'd like to be able to use the iPhone camera as a webcam. Holy shit, that thing is amazing. Like I've never seen a camera like that fucking small work that fucking well. Like it's crazy. Like hey Apple, you listening? I'm plugging your fucking product, you piece of shit. But no, to be honest, the iPhone 7 is amazing. I love that thing. A lot of people are also like going on about the Pixel, the Google Pixel, which I
The only tablets I have is like for my work because I'm a merchandiser for department stores, which means I have to go in the stores like Target, Walmart, Best Buy, and set up displays. So my job gives me these tablets, to put in all the call reports. And unfortunately, I can't access internet on there, or else I get in trouble with the big bosses.
Got it. All right. I think we got this now. Bonk. There we go. We've got Alex. You're looking like Phaelus. It's because you're Canadian, aren't you? You're Canadians all look alike.
Oh my god, you live like a cross between Phaelus and Sad Panda. Like if they had a baby together.
Yeah.
And they
Oh man. Oh, you got the Satanic Temple beanie. Nice.
Yeah, it is so nice.
Yeah.
Got the
Oh man.
too. Let me show the stream.
I have been enjoying Phaelus's reviews of those really crappy Golden Time films and the Dingo pictures. Those are amazing.
Oh man, yeah. Well, by the way, kids, like consider joining the Satanic Temple, just because. Promoted here on Satanic Sunday. Man, so how have you been, Alex? I haven't talked to you in ages either.
I've been doing pretty much okay. Had to get off working night shifts. I went to my doctor and they said I've got hypertension, like early stages, at 21. So I don't do night shifts anymore. I only get like 2 or 3 late nights a week.
Oh, jeez.
I think the last time I ever did night shift was when I used to work as a CNA. Because I was the only available hour they had, and night shift fucking killed me. And I
Oh
was
yeah,
just, yeah.
it's lethal. Like when I was growing up, my dad would be like not around all the time because, and it turns out, oh yeah, it's because he was working night shifts, and we started talking about that as I got older, and started doing it myself. And it's like, oh no, it makes sense that you're sleeping all day.
That's
Yeah,
what I did.
I don't blame you for being kind of not always there because you were sleeping because oh shit, night shifts.
Yeah, I would like sleep in. I would like take naps in the daytime just to deal with um the night shift, just so I don't pass out while trying to, take care of a resident at a nursing home. Because well, see, the charge nurse I had was a total bitch. I was so glad I didn't have to deal with her anymore.
Yeah, God, it's hypertension. You have the beginnings of hypertension, or you have hypertension.
I pretty much, I guess I would have it, but then it fluctuates for body size, right?
Right,
But like
right.
I've got blood pressure 150 over 180 as my average a few weeks back. I've been getting better at it, but it's started to just kind of fluctuate between good and the opening areas are very bad.
Oh, geez. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really weird. I always feel like I'm suffering from something like that too, but it always turns out that it's just anxiety.
Mhm.
You
I
know,
have yeah, I take anxiety medication myself, but like when I like reduce dietary salt, I don't drink as much, I get proper sleep. The whole feeling in the left arm you get kind of goes away. So
yeah,
Never
geez.
think
Yeah,
I
yeah,
yeah. I have this continuing issue where it feels like my chest is being constricted, and the doctor's always like, "Well, your oxygen saturation is perfect, so it's just anxiety. Because if it was anything else, it would be, we would your blood oxygen level would be a lot worse." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
what do we do?" And it's like, "Well, I'm prescribing some anti-anxiety medication, you dumb fuck, and maybe don't stress yourself out as much over nothing." And I'm like, "Well, that's." "For you to say. He's like, "It is. That's why I'm saying it."
Well, at least he's being honest.
At least he's being honest. Yeah. But then I switched to another doctor that I don't like as much. Because fucking. Well, I love the whole argument of like you'll be able to choose your. No, you won't. Like that
No,
never
like
happens.
yeah, no. Even up here in Canada, I'm just like my current general practitioner is back in Chilliwack, which is the small ass farm town I'm from, which is like 4 hours out of Vancouver. And I still make the trip out there to see her because, as it turns out, one, she's got my medical history, she knows what to do,
Mm.
and two, finding a doctor in Vancouver is kind of hard. Like
Really?
finding medical attention, like oh I got a problem, I need to go to the hospital. Socialist medicine covers that. Go ahead. But like a general practitioner from a private office that you can just call up and say, hey doc, can I book an appointment with my doctor? It's like you got finding one in the first place is hard. Once you have them, you're fine. But
Well, what makes
it,
finding them so hard?
I
shortage and demand.
Oh, okay. So like you go through like the national system, and these guys are just like, I just ate enough hours in the day, dude. Like one of those
Mm.
situations.
Yeah, well, pretty much. If you want to find a doctor, you just have to find an accredited doctor and go through whatever sign-up process they have in their office. And because we have such a robust healthcare system, we're like, okay, my primary form of government ID is my healthcare card, which has a picture and everything on it. So, yeah,
Okay,
like
so it's like your
that's
driver's
common.
license.
Yeah, and that's common for everybody in British Columbia.
Interesting. Okay.
Everyone has one of these picture. So that's just an example of how like it's a robust enough system that a doctor can just say, yeah, well, enter the patient's MSP number. We'll enter my licensed medical practitioner number. Bing, bang, boom. The system says this guy is now this guy's doctor because the doctor accepted a new client. Done.
Right.
So that, like, the socialist thing isn't just economic; it also gives great policy and oversight ability.
Oh yeah, no, I will never disagree with socialized medicine, having seen it in action. You know?
I'm social eating.
That's fine.
I'm social eating. It's just basically like some leftover homemade pizza I made.
Yeah, but like I said, like my family lives in Taiwan and they have a very similar system. It's
just like oh, hey, I woke up this morning and my arm kind of hurts. I'm gonna go see the doctor.
Oh.
Yeah, you bastard.
That sounds like magic, doesn't it?
It does sound like magic. It sounds like sorcery, man. I haven't been able to do that since I was a kid.
Maybe someone's got a voodoo curse on you or something.
Yeah, so the voodoo curse is called private insurance company. That's what it's called. You know, that's the curse right there. You know, good fucking God. You know, this has got to be the most the thing that pisses me off the most is that everyone's like, oh, we don't want to change the system. You know, you don't want to deal with socialism. And I'm like, yeah, you don't want to deal with the one thing from socialism that actually works, by the way. It works very handily. You know, it's better as at the private level than the private system in all ways but one. And the one is why there is such an effort to keep it from coming here, which is this.
And the one is cash.
If you are rich, the American healthcare system works beautifully. But if you go to a socialist system, you will lose that privilege.
The thing is, in Canada, you can in fact have private doctors on retainer. There's no law against that. It's just that general medicine is available to everybody. If you have more money, yeah, you can buy your way to the front of the line.
Yeah.
But you can't do it at the expense of the system itself. You're like, private hospitals are allowed to run you're allowed to run a private hospital in Canada. You just have to follow the same strictures and standards that the public hospitals have to, like policy and whatnot.
And the truth of the matter is that all those private systems always eventually become government subsidized because they're the ones that fail. You know. Yeah, it turns out the fucking private money that dozens of super fucking rich people, that hundreds of fucking rich people can put into a system is nothing compared to the small amounts put in by millions.
Yeah. Like, and you know what, the whole thing is like, you know, they say that, oh, it's horrible, let's just get rid of it. Like, no, there's some there's like some issues, but like, you're wanting to get rid of it, but you're not going to put anything in place or even tell us what you're going to put in place.
Yeah. You talking about Obamacare at this point?
Yeah, because, I don't know, because that's all the thing, because that's like one of the things I always hear all the time whenever it comes up, so it's like...
Yeah, we're gonna, you know, get rid of this and replace it with something. It's like, okay, what?
And then they don't tell you.
And then they don't say. And you're like, why can't you say? This is ridiculous. You know?
This is fucking shit.
Like, I was actually kind of hoping they would at least be smart enough to be like, well, now that the president's out of office, we could fucking change this Affordable Health Care Act to fucking actually function a little bit better and take all the credit. But, of course, that was me pipe dreaming because I didn't actually think that was going to happen.
June's comments, social drinking now, because I do a lot of that when I do walkthroughs and let's plays of streaming games lately. Like, I'll just like have a pop or something. Like, I don't really actually have any alcohol on hand, but maybe I might. I don't know, unless I find something good. But yeah, I've been doing the social drinking now.
Yeah.
I would, but unless I'm specifically going out to drink, I limit myself to like one beer every 2 days.
I'm
So
more of a
that-
wine drinker, actually.
Sure.
Like, yeah, I'm more of a wine drinker, though. I've really gotten into that. Not Your Father's root beer. Have you guys ever tried that?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, they have it at the Buffalo Wild Wings, near the department stores I would work at, and it's really good. I love it.
Buffalo wings.
Yeah, beer in department stores, we don't have that.
Well, actually, yeah,
British Columbia, my province, they just have there are two kinds of liquor stores, government liquor stores and private liquor stores, and the only way a private liquor store can manage to undercut on pure cost is actually, I'm pretty sure you can't price your merchandise cheaper than the government liquor store prices it. However, you can, for example, set yourself on a location that'll keep hours longer than the government liquor store does. That's how you compete with them.
Yeah. Georgia is really interesting because all of their liquor stores are government operated. The state of Georgia
Works up here.
I actually have a fun story. I actually did go to get some beer one time. It was at Red's Apple Ale, and I had to renew my driver's license, so they gave me a temporary one. And there was a store nearby that was selling Apple's Ale, and I'm like, well, okay, I'm just gonna like try and see if I can use that temporary driver's license for you. It's just basically like a cardboard piece of paper. So I go down there, get some Apple Ale. I'm like, okay, it probably won't work. And I go up to this lady. She was like a really nice middle-aged lady, and she goes, "Oh, that's okay." When I tried to show her the ID, she goes, "Oh no, that's fine. Go ahead." I'm like, "Really?" And I go, and she goes, "Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I know you come in all the time, and I know you're over 21." So I'm like, so basically, I just bought beer without any ID. I'm like, and I was just kind of like really confused because like I didn't want to get this woman in trouble, but apparently she knew me by shopping in this store all the time as a regular customer. That she obviously knew I was not underage. So that was like the weirdest thing that ever happened to me buying alcohol.
Weirdest thing ever happened to me buying alcohol was being in New Orleans and trying to find an actual, like a straight up liquor store so that I could buy a pack of cigs, a pack of smokes. Now, here's what's weird. It turns out that despite the French Quarter, where you could just get booze when fucking ever, if you want to buy yourself cigarettes or a bottle of liquor, you have to go to the packing store, which is government run. And you stand in line at the packing store because it don't stay open like a bar does. And so you'd be sitting there. Like, in fact, New Orleans is one of the only places I've seen got cigarette machines still.
Those are pretty common up in Vancouver, actually.
In California, they're fucking extinct.
We don't have cigarette machines over here in Iowa.
Well, what a lot of people do with their old cigarette machines is that a lot of people will like repurpose them and vend art out of them or zines.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, like they'll make zines that with like just one fold they fit inside a cigarette packet, and they'll put it back inside the machine and put their own advertising on front of it, and you can get zines vended to you out of cigarette packs in a cigarette machine.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah, that's really it is a really little cute cultural piece. I like it.
Yeah, as far as I know, here in Iowa, I've never seen any like cigarette vending machines. Like I used to when I was really, really little, because my mom used to be a smoker and she would get them from the machine. But like nowadays, I don't see barely any of them. Like you just have to get them at a store.
Yeah. At this point,
because they won't. Well, with the cigarette machine, there's no proof of age, right? They won't sell.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why they got rid of them. It's like, you can't prove that you're X old,
Well, in Canada, the only place you will find the cigarette machines is in a bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, which you got to be
You're not,
overage to
you're
begin
not-
with. So
yeah, there you go.
yeah, what's
Actually-
really weird? It's like the legal smoking age is like 17. The yeah, God, man. One of the things I hate about all prohibition laws is that they always create a market for narcs. You know, like police hire teenagers just to be narcs, essentially.
Oh.
You know,
You mean like when the kids would go in and try to get cigarettes without ID just so that they can test to see if the person at the retail counter is following the law?
yeah,
Okay. I did actually, my mom and I actually did something like that. It was part of this audit she was paid to do, where I had to go in and buy this M-rated game without an ID, a student ID, and I don't know, like I for some reason,
that's a really weird one because it's not actually illegal to buy an M-rated game if you're underage.
well, they had to actually check your ID basically.
Huh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's Iowa. But here's the weird thing. Like this happened like at least back in my late 20s when I was like 29. But for some reason, my physical age made me look 17. So what I had to do was just dress up as a teenager and go in there and like say like, oh, I left my student ID at home and I'm paying with cash. And we had to check and see if the lady tried to get me to either see like check for an ID, try to get my ID, or she would refuse to sell me the game if I didn't have my ID, and she let me buy it. So we kind of wrote that up because I couldn't figure out what her name was because she had really long hair and it covered her name tag. But yeah, she just kind of broke that little test.
Yeah. Well, it's very weird. I actually despise that practice. You know, I'm much more like, free and open with that kind of thing. You know, where I'm just like,
She was getting paid for it to do it. She was getting paid to do it with money.
Yeah. You know, well, my own niece had that job, and I was still like, don't do it. You're gonna regret this. You're gonna regret this. You know, and yeah, she totally did. You know,
on the topic of paying for things in cash, yeah. So since I've been working like professional security with like suit, tie, jacket kind of thing.
Right.
Looking like either like a rent-a-cop, or if I wear the blazer over it, I look just kind of like a concierge, some fancy hotel kind of look.
Right. Someone starts screaming about sexual harassment and humongous. You're the guy who shows up.
Yeah, pretty much. But with that, I've been just being around the security circles, and you'll have two kinds of people: the people who can stick with the security company, and what they'll generally do is try to find like a management position where they no longer have to actually do security work, or they flub out and they no longer have any interest in working for like stodgy ass corporate security. I'm kind of a corporate chameleon. I hate the corporate environment. I'm metal as fuck. And yet when it comes to like, oh yeah, I can just get all polite and decent for the marketing folks when they come around to my office.
When I was back in I'm sorry.
Let me just finish. So being around the metal community, you find a lot of ex-security guards who are now working as bouncers. Yeah. And first rule I've learned is if the bar only takes cash, they're paying their employees in cash, and they ain't doing their taxes.
Yep. Take the money and run. Take the money and run.
I don't think I had to deal with that when I was working seasonal back in 2013 at Target, because sometimes they would pull me to the cashier line, and this was during December during the holidays, so they had to have a lot of cashiers, and I don't think I ever had to deal with that whole fake ID thing, which I was so nervous about dealing with because this was like my first time doing retail, and I was like, oh God, please don't let me have to deal with that fake ID thing because I would get so nervous. I'd probably say something stupid, knowing me.
No. Don't worry about it. The you don't need to worry about. Look, the truth is, you don't have to worry about fake ID as a retailer. The worst thing that you have to worry about is counterfeit money. But if you work at a department store, don't give a shit. Don't care about it. It's not worth it. You will not get a promotion. They will not be nice to you. They will not pat you on the head. They won't say thank you.
Okay.
You know, the only time I have heard so let me give all you prospective thieves out there a tip. If you are going to fucking use counterfeit money anywhere, do not do it in a restaurant. They will bust you. A restaurant will fucking catch you.
Because they fucking care.
They really
Especially
care. They really
Especially
care.
in America, where your minimum, like up in Canada, your minimum, if you get tips, your minimum wage can only be cut like by $1.
Yeah.
In the States, they can cut your minimum wage by like $8.
Yeah, they can cut
If you
your
get
minimum
tips.
wage can be as low. Your minimum wage can be cut down to as low as $2.75.
Yeah, if you get tips.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
so they take their cash money real fucking seriously.
Yeah. So
'Cause now you're
cash is
reaching into
super. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Because now
You
you ain't stealing from the business, which would be enough because we're like a small mom and pop restaurant or whatever. Now you're reaching directly into my pocket as an employee. So how do you know I ain't gonna poison your fucking dessert?
Yeah. So basically, a lot of places get really good at detecting counterfeit bills, and they get really good at detecting people who look like they're passing counterfeit bills. Just as a matter of staying in business. So don't fucking. You could pass your counterfeit money off to a department store, like a Target or a Walmart or whatever. Do not do it at your local restaurant. They will catch you.
I'll probably like ask one of my friends that because he works as a manager at one of those like retro diners. It used to be like one of those old-fashioned diners from the 60s that he fixed up, and he owns it. And so I'm probably so maybe I'll ask him if he's ever had
No.
Probably has.
I guarantee he has. I guarantee it's fucking happened. You know, I absolutely guarantee it. Like, do you ever see the little pen that they sometimes mark bills with?
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. That's because a lot of counterfeit bill creators use shitty paper.
Didn't they also used to do that thing where you'd like hold it up to the light and it would have like a sort of thing? Like...
Yeah. They do that. That also is a thing that is done. You can get for free in America a little booklet called Know Your Money, and it will tell you exactly what the security the security checks are on your money to tell you what's real and what's not.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's free. You can get it from the Treasury. And one of the things so a lot of people use the pen, but the pen only works against counterfeit bills that use bad paper. And it changes color because of the starch content. So if you're using paper that's made out of like cotton, it won't work. So one of the things that the amazing Randy loves to do is he'll basically go to the accounting and go like, I need you to write me a check for $1,000. And she goes, oh no, Randy, not again. And he's like, yes, again. And she's like, okay, Randy, here you go. It's your money. And he's like, that's right, it is. He goes to the bank. He's like, I have this check to cash for $1,000. I want all of it in singles. And they're like, you want 1,000 singles? He's like, yep, got my bag. And they're like, okay. And so he takes all the money and he's like, Okay, bye. And he goes back to his office, lays out all the money in a table, and starts spraying Scotch Guard on it. Because it's a
Okay.
starch.
Okay.
Because it's a starch. And if you spray real money with starch, if someone uses the pen on it, it will register as counterfeit.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then he lets it dry. He gathers up all the cash, and then he goes back to the bank and he's like, "I'd like to make $1,000 deposit." So he puts it back into circulation, and he just like, whoa. And they're like, "Why?" And he's like, "Because I'm really tired of these anti-counterfeit measures that don't work. Because there's a real easy way of knowing what bills are counterfeit, and it all comes from the manual Know Your Money."
Cool. I'm gonna go refill my drink. I'll be right.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I can still hear you guys. It's not a big apartment. Like,
So,
yeah.
fun story yesterday. So me and my buddy Dove,
Mhm.
we decided on Friday night we came over, we played a few rounds of a board game we like called Ascension, watched showed some TV shows, had something to drink. I ended up staying over his couch, and tomorrow the next day is like, "What do you have to do today?" It's like, "Oh, I gotta take my bike into a repair shop." So we do that, and we just start bumming around Vancouver, and we end up doing that till from 8:30 a.m. till 8 at night. we just managed to spend a day bumming around Vancouver.
Bicycle or motorcycle?
Bicycle.
Okay.
Bicycle. He does long distance biking actually. So he's got there's probably more miles on Dove's bike than there is on your car. Like he will go biking down the entirety of the coast of California, back and
Oh,
forth.
geez, damn. Yeah, that's a pretty
Yeah.
considerable distance. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, after we bring him to the bike shop, walking around downtown Vancouver, we're thinking, okay, we're gonna find. We've been looking at stuff. We can stop off at a few shops that we know. And we're going, okay, let's hit up the Central Library because it's like this huge Coliseum-shaped building because it's at the Central Library of a major city. Always kind of fun to see. So while we're doing that, we get lost and we walk by this festival and we notice people are just selling weed on the street. Oh, this is a Vancouver marijuana festival. People will just gather in hundreds of people and people will just start selling weed from stalls. And there's nothing nobody can do about it because the cops don't give a fuck. And
Yeah,
you just walk.
yeah.
It's just like a farmer's market where you can just buy weed, no questions asked.
Yeah. There's been a
That's
lot more.
amazing.
Yeah,
You know
there's been a
what's
lot
cool?
more street vending in San Francisco lately. But
Yeah,
the thing
it
is
nice.
it's nice, but one of the problems is the street vending is a direct result of the homelessness.
You
Yeah.
know, it'd be really cool if they had like the little, like you could actually like have little different like decorated papers you could roll it up in, and it could be all like
they
they,
sold-
even, like
Oh, they
They
sell all
sell
that
it.
shit. They sell all that shit. Go
Yeah,
to
no.
a head shop.
Merch is everywhere.
Go to a smoke shop. They
Merchandise.
got it.
because instead of all that like plain white wrap up, you could have it in like little different colors and designs. It's really cute.
Oh yeah, no. There was a guy who was selling pre-wrapped, and all his different strains were wrapped in different kind of foils.
Yep.
Right.
Let's see.
They should just
But
realize.
yeah, I get there and I'm just like, there's a guy selling laced muffins, just like, oh, hey Dove, you got $10 cash? Yeah, okay, great. And then and so we both buy like 3/8 and an edible each, and we're just like, we just did this this is great. The farmers market selling of marijuana is great.
Yeah. Okay, so just to let you know, there is a company called was it Urban Wraps? I believe it's called. Finely printed rolling papers, and this is just to give you an idea. Yeah, here are the cigarette papers you can get from them.
All right, let's see them.
Yep. I'm gonna put it on the stream there. So yeah, you could totally walk into a smoke shop and buy that if you want.
Oh yeah.
Those are actually really cute.
Yeah, they are. You have a joint of that shit wrapped
Right,
up
so-
in.
I like the little. Is that a strawberry?
It is. It is.
Oh, I would love to get the strawberry if I smoked weed.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good. So Dove is
Snoop
from Los
Dogg has his
Alamos,
own official
right?
rolling papers, by the way.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Of course he does. Of fucking course he does.
Like I said before, they really should do like movie license pre-wraps because that would really sell, especially like all the Marvel and Star Wars. Could you just imagine what that would look like?
Yeah, the green one. It's called the Yoda. It's called the one with the Force.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
We're just like,
Man,
just
like
like-
I remember like there was this one device. This thing was amazing. Everyone I knew had one. It was a weed pipe that looked like a cigarette.
I see those around. They're very common up here.
Yeah. Where they're just like, okay, it's like it's what you use to smoking at a show before everything was just, yeah, it's just whatever.
Something you can get up here. There's two really cool THC products you can get up here. One is THC infused honey lemonade. There's this company that like cans and sells it out of their garage.
I know.
It's amazing. And the other one,
Okay.
this is just a common product that's fairly available. Is a lot of dispensaries up here will sell their product as a machine rolled cigarette, which is really nice, really nice, actually.
You know what I think is really one of the things I think is really interesting about modern drug culture. Okay, so do you know where one of the big places right now where you can get fucking blotter paper for LSD?
Yeah.
Etsy.
What you...
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
It makes a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing because that. It makes a lot of sense. I just
Yeah. It's like, hey man, world is weirder than you thought it was, because like I was like, hey, acid, you look it up one day because you're like, why not? Acid blotter paper. Every place that sells acid blotter paper online is an Etsy shop.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
See here in Iowa, we deal more with meth labs than we do with like the weed and everything because we always have like a lot of abandoned farm buildings and that's where people use the meth labs at because
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I imagine the majority of America's internal opioid productions for narcotics comes from the middle America.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Just like economically, it seems like that would be the obvious answer.
Yep.
In fact, the house that used to be near my apartment, it was a meth lab. It got busted, and so it became condemned. And then days later, it burned to the ground. It was really no surprise to anybody.
Yep.
Because that's and it was either the stuff inside burned it down, or somebody was burning it to cover up their trail.
Meth labs explode all the time, after all.
Well, yeah, it's very easy, and the reason for that is uneven heating. Yeah, uneven heating, because people are like, oh, well, I can just do this in an oven or a stove, and the answer is usually, but there's this problem, which is if you heat it unevenly, like an open flame, the chemical will ignite.
Yep.
It will explode. It will blow up.
I have a book on pyrotechnics around here about how a stable substance, when heated unevenly, it can cause it to just, one's moving freely, so it interacts differently with the crystalline structure of the stuff that's still solid, and suddenly you have something that's really easily incendiary. Yeah.
You basically have a Roman candle. You have a firecracker, and no to tell people that's how it fucking works. You know, and that's why, because everyone thinks like they can get away with just doing it on their stove, and you
Okay, in
don't
the
want to
chat, in the
do
chat.
that because what was that?
In the chat, zombie chicks. Hashtag not all meth cooks.
Hashtag not all meth cooks. Ooh.
I know. I just like I've kind of been I've been kind of giggling because I've been reading the chat and you know just like everybody just saying silly stuff just gives me a case of the giggles.
Yeah.
Person.
But yeah, there used to be meth lab explosions in my neighborhood all the time. All the time. They always happened. You know, boom.
I'm lucky I'm lucky that the house next by didn't like blow up because like it was right between my apartment and a crisis intervention center. So we were fucking lucky that thing didn't blow up because yeah.
A lot of collateral there.
Yep.
So on the topic of flammable shit, while I was securing the old location, which is like this condominium building I used to do, I was just doing my daily patrols of the fire escape. I go up and down 26 flights of stairs. Hey, it's good exercise. And one day on the 7th floor, I run into 4 open cans of xylene. You know, the highly flammable poisonous paint stripper. And they're just open and just there on the civilian accessible stairway. I'm like, I'll make a report, but moving that shit ain't my job.
That's just begging for some dumbass to like just take a lighter and burn it all up.
And then, no, that'll like the more dangerous. Like it's in a concrete stairwell, so that's not like hugely not necessarily a flammability problem. It'll burn itself out and not really catch the rest of the building. The problem is that when xylene burns, it releases a corrosive gas that hangs low to the floor and will go down the staircase.
Mm.
And that'll fuck people up.
Mm.
So, you know, let's just leave that on the stairs, you know. And I know that, and there's like hundreds of people who live in this building, and the thing is, there's one manager whose job is responsible for that. And I'm just like, I don't have the clearance to move that, but I'm really pissed I found it.
Oh, STP, I don't know how you pronounce it, STP site said, not joking here, a Walmart a couple hours away had a meth lab and a functioning bathroom stall for a goddamn year.
Yep.
That is straight up.
I've heard that story. You know, I've heard that on fucking Nash's show.
Yes, that's what I was thinking too, because that just screamed Nash's story.
Yeah. People will find ways to get high. They absolutely will. And I've got to be honest, one of the problems I have with the war on drugs is now more and more people are getting high on shittier and shittier drugs.
Yeah.
Oh god,
And I'm like,
in Vancouver we have there's this new fucking opioid called fentanyl going around Vancouver.
People getting high on fentanyl. Are you fucking kidding me?
People are just dropping fucking dead. Like we've had 911 deaths last year from fentanyl in the city of Vancouver.
Yep.
Wasn't like bath salts the huge thing, or that was just from what I gathered from Nash's show that bath salts were like the fucked up thing.
Bath salts. Okay, here's what bath salts actually was. Bath salts was methamphetamines. It was meth.
Okay.
It was crystal meth, but they fucking marketed it as something else. And it took a while for the labs to catch up to what bath salts really were, which was badly cooked meth. That you could sell through the mail because no one knew what to look for. And then they did know what to look for, which is why you haven't heard about it for a while.
Why are they called bath salts? That's what we sell it as under the mail. What's this package? Oh, it's bath salts.
Yeah, exactly. But it's actually just meth. That's what it was.
I have some bath salts in my bathroom, but I use it for like as intended purpose, you know, taking nice little hot baths.
Yeah. But it's and the reason they got away with it is because the crystals look the same.
Oh, okay.
Like the reason that like smoking actual bath salts, like Epsom salts for your bath, they'll probably just kill you pretty quickly.
Yeah. I got the
That's bad for you, yeah.
Sensitive ones.
Don't be smoking magnesium.
Yeah, don't do that. That's really bad. Yeah,
I got the
don't smoke phosphorus either. Just you know.
Just avoid that.
Yeah.
Know what you're smoking. Know what you're smoking.
Know what you're smoking.
Fentanyl. Oh, Jesus.
Honestly, we're probably a better drug
Yeah.
say announcement than anything we ever gotten from Dare.
The worst fucking thing with fentanyl is that, well, obviously people are going to cut one opioid with the cheaper opioid. That's just to be expected. But what people are doing with fentanyl is they're cutting people's ecstasy with fentanyl up here, which is not that great for
what?
Taking ecstasy. Yeah, they're cutting ecstasy with fentanyl. Because
oh my god, that's an
Oh,
awful idea.
That's gonna fuck somebody up.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you do it at about like a 13% fentanyl to like the general ecstasy blend, you don't really have an appreciable difference in the high. It's just way more dangerous. It feels the same, but it's fucking fentanyl.
Jeez.
So yeah, if you're ever up, don't turn down the ecstasy. Take the Molly. The Molly's just pure MDMA.
Well, that also depends. Like, it's gotten a lot harder recently because, okay, so this is a really annoying thing that happened. Sit down. I'm going to tell you about the world of drugs. All right. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a major drug bust because most of the MDMA that was being produced was coming out of one location, at least in North America.
Yep. No, I think, wasn't LSD the same way?
Yes, it was. Because now here's the thing: it's not
guy in an old military bungle.
It's not. Yeah, it's not impossible for these things to be synthesized. Well, it wasn't hard for. It's not impossible for LSD to be synthesized. It's just that you really have to know what you're doing. It's a very stable chemical. Well, okay, that's overstating it. LSD won't blow up on you.
It's not,
but the chances are you're gonna. Yeah, it's not explosive, but the chances are you're gonna get it wrong, and it just won't work. You know,
really bad.
Well, no, it just won't work.
It just won't do shit.
It just won't do shit. It'll just be bad. You know, so you really need to know what you're doing as a chemist in order to synthesize LSD. MDMA is very similar, but because it's a methamphetamine, if you don't do it right at a particular part of the process, it will blow up. So there's this one lab that was making the majority of it, and they were making pure 3,4-methyl-dioxymethamphetamine, which is MDMA, you know, ecstasy. And they were one of the best labs at it. They got busted, finally. They finally got busted, and the problem is the rise of methamphetamine and the number of and people actually having complications due to taking ecstasy, aka Molly, and all that shit is a direct result of this lab being busted because everybody else with a 2-bit operation moved in.
Yep. And
but the experts
they cut their product.
Yeah, but the experts were behind bars. The people who could actually make it.
Good shit.
Yeah, the ones who actually made it. Because here's the thing about MDMA. Regular, pure MDMA is way safer. It's way safer. It's crazy safe. But if you start cutting it with shit, that's where you start to have problems.
Well, yeah, because you cut it with unsafe shit.
Yeah. You start cutting it with meth and shit. No, that's not good. Regular meth, that's not good. You know, and yeah, but the irony is that the actual base chemical is fine. It's a non-addictive substance.
LSD is the same way.
LSD is exactly the same way. It's a non-addictive substance. It's not habit forming. You know, it just isn't. Weed can be habit forming, but it's not addictive in the same way that like cigarettes are.
Yeah, it's not. It's sort of a psychological attachment. attachment.
Yeah, it's a psychological
As
attachment.
opposed to it's now fucking your dopamine receptors, reducing your ability to produce it without the substance.
Exactly. Like, you can stop smoking weed and you might feel really anxious, but you're not necessarily gonna get sick.
You know,
You
one of
know?
the interesting things is I was diagnosed with ADD, so I had to take Ritalin,
Mhm.
and that stuff does have some methamphetamine in it,
It does,
which was
yeah.
why when I went to college and stuff, I had to like lock it up so that nobody could break in and steal it because like if you take it, it's just basically a capsule that you take, and it's supposed to help with my focus. But if you cut it up and snort it up, then that kills you. And when I was at a friend's wedding and I was driving home, but I was like really, really tired and I wasn't like, I was basically passing, like I was like really, really tired. So I was kind of swerving on the road due to fatigue, and some cops pulled me over and they thought I was like drunk or something, so they had me take a breathalyzer test, and they noticed that there was like methamphetamine on my breath, and I go, ma'am, are you taking any drugs? And I told them, no, I take Ritalin and it has methamphetamine in it, so they kind of let me go. But yeah, when Ritalin does have methamphetamine in it, and that is why Ritalin is so expensive, because people will people will take it and use it as like recreational drugs.
Yeah, well, like in up here, I tell the people that I went to university with, I have Asperger's disorder, and they're like, "Hey, can you get me some Adderall?" That's the first thing they fucking ask me.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I can't get you your performance enhancing drug.
I know why. They think that, just because we have...
I don't take Adderall myself. I don't need it. I'm kind of relaxed.
Well, they had me one time. I used to go to Job Corps up in Denison, and they had me like take these different kinds of Ritalin capsules, and it was like a time release, because the ones I used to take were like the little small white circular ones, and it was like morning, afternoon, and like morning, noon, and afternoon, and they said like, oh, I took it really religiously, so they suddenly switched me to these time release capsules. So when I came back to where I lived, I was in a doctor's appointment with my psychiatrist, and he was like, well, what kind of Ritalin did they give you? And they go, I don't know, it was just a capsule thing. So we had to look through a book just to see what it was, so that he could still keep prescribing it to me. But yeah, that was kind of a thing that happened too.
Christ, this really, really, really bothers me, which is the number of people I've met who take Adderall. Mm-hmm. I'm just sort of like, are you kidding?
So here's my perspective as a person with Asperger's.
Right.
And being family and myself involved in activist stuff regarding that. Mm-hmm. There are actually more people, if it seems like more people are getting diagnosed with Asperger's and ADD, well, it's because more people are recognizing the symptoms earlier. The condition is actually there. The problem is people are over-prescribing medication for the condition, because in a lot of cases it can be solved, like it was in my case, with cognitive behavioral therapy over the period of their childhood.
Yeah.
Like I had a therapist appointment once a week, and I turned into a lot of my friends say I'm the social one, which is like, what?
Yeah.
But there's a lot, more people have autism spectrum stuff than you think, and less of them need medication for it than you think.
Yeah, to me, it as a grown, as a little kid, I was diagnosed with ADD as a little kid really early, and they could definitely see a lot of the side effects. Like they saw all the warning signs very early, and they caught it on. So I was definitely on the Ritalin. But after a while, when I started becoming an adult, it just didn't become as noticeably aggravating. It didn't become sort of a burdensome to me when trying to do my day-to-day living.
Well, you learn to cope.
Yeah,
It's a
and
lot, it's a lot harder for children to deal with their symptoms, but the symptoms don't go away. You're ADD for life.
but here's the thing, interesting I found out because one of my friends he left Iowa and he did some tutoring at this nearby college and he did meet somebody who did have ADD. It was a guy and he told me that this guy had gotten into a lot of like trouble because he just didn't know how to handle it and it just kind of really started like really get like he started like getting into a lot of trouble, a lot of issues with authority. He just kind of was like not dealing, he was not handling it really well like I did. And I told my friend Zach and he goes and I told my friend Zach, like, you know, that is so weird because I never had any issues with any of that stuff. And apparently it ADD kind of works differently, has a different result with women than it does with men. And that was always one of the weirdest things I ever learned about that.
It is a neurological disorder, so that makes sense.
Yeah, and for some reason it seems to have more of a really worse effect on men than it does on women because one of the things that ADD really I noticed with my ADD is that I was more focused on uh, the writing and drawing, and that was kind of my my vessel. That was my focal point. So I always got into that, and I don't know what if this guy ever like even tried it as sort of a way to kind of focus on being more productive with it, but uh, I just kind of it was just kind of a weird thing. I always just never could understand that, to be honest.
Um, there, I suppose there would be a lot of socialization factors involved with it as well. Um, like with okay, so this is going to be a little weird. This I'm not necessarily saying that I agree with this idea, but it's an idea that's been presented to me.
Okay.
Is that women with autism spectrum disorders can often more likely to be written off as quirky because of the patriarchal nature of society. Oh, their actions are less consequential, so therefore it's just a quirk.
Yeah. And
that's a theory that's been pitched to me, and I'm like, okay, I can. There's something to that at least. Need to do more studying, but it's not pure bullshit the moment I hear it.
yeah, and the thing is like I was encouraged heavily with writing and drawing at school. Like I was very encouraged heavily by my teachers, even the other kids at school, by my family. You know, like they saw that potential and they were like, Chrissy, focus on that, make something out of that, you know, just get all that potential in. And, you know, even to this day, I write a lot. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, fan fiction, original stories. I'm not really good at poems, to be honest. But, yeah, it's like that like I had a huge, like, encouragement from, like, everybody in my community when it came to writing.
You know, it's really therapeutic for a person with an autism spectrum disorder to find something really hard to focus on. The entirety of the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and medicine, there is built backs of people with autism spectrum disorders.
Yeah.
There's this great joke. So, vaccines do not cause autism. However, people with autism are overrepresented in the field of medical research science. Autism causes vaccines.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I like that.
Yeah. No, that's a good comeback.
Yeah.
That's a good comeback. Yeah, vaccines do not cause autism, but autism does cause vaccines. Like that's a good one. I like it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's from, I got it from the SMBC Saturday Morning Breakfast Serial Comics. It's a very long running webcomic series by Zach Wiener-Smith. His last name was Wiener. He legally changed it to Wiener-Smith because his wife's name was Smith, and he's like, I can't pass up this opportunity. My name is Wiener-Smith now.
Oh my god. What was the name of the comic?
Saturday Morning Breakfast Cereal.
Oh, Saturday Morning Breakfast Cereal. Yes. Yes. Man, like I wish I was that quick-witted. You know, like I really do. I really do. I ain't. You know, but I wish I was. Oh man. Yeah, such a weird. It's a strange world we live in. I don't pretend to understand it.
Oh yeah, I don't either. I'm kind of like, don't give a fuck when I try to explain anything. I just live and let live.
I try to do that, but ultimately I think the problem is I'm an asshole. You know, ultimately when you get down to it, like I think ultimately like I just can't not poke the bear of other people's beliefs. Like,
Well, there is
that.
something fun. There is something fun to that, and there's also something like it feels both fun, like it's fun, and it feels like you're satisfying a responsibility to the world at the same time.
Well, it's very odd. It's like whenever if I'm in a decent mood, which is not often, to be fair, and the Jehovah's Witness come to the door, I always am like, this always happen. It happens where I'm just sort of like, you want to talk to me about Jesus? I want to know all about Jesus. I want you to tell me all about it. Come inside. Will you come inside and have a cup of tea? They're like, well, we really just want to leave this pamphlet here. And I'm like, that's not good enough. You have to come in and you have to tell me all about Jesus.
I like it.
Yeah, like I'm in New Orleans, and every Thursday it has Jesus time. Anyone who lives in New Orleans knows what I'm talking about. Thursday night is Jesus night. And everybody comes down and prays for everybody who's sitting in New Orleans. They got people like on crosses. I died for your sins. And it is crazy. It's crazy.
See, I'm like a Baptist, so basically they're kind of wasting their time with me because it's like I already know all this stuff and I'm already go to a church, so it's like basically they're just being like, oh, well, we need our quota for our own church. Hey, why don't you come visit us? I'm like,
meeting quotas.
Meeting
quotas.
Mormons. I get more visits from Mormons than I do from Jehovah's Witnesses. And I even talked to a couple Mormons going, oh, yeah, I read the Bible and stuff. And they're like, oh, great, maybe we could come by and visit and talk to you. And I'm like, well, I'm kind of working the mornings. And they kept, visiting me. And I'm like, now I feel like that kind of, that one girl who's trying to break it to a guy gently that she doesn't want to see him.
No, I go all in. I go all in. They always crap out. I go all in. Like there I was in New Orleans, Jesus people. They come up to me and it's like, you look like you worship the devil. And I go, I do. And they're like, well, we need to talk to you about saving your soul. And I'm like, you would do that for me? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, that's awesome. I'll tell you what, let's have this discussion over dinner. And they're like, well, we really can't leave the group. And I'm like, but the restaurant's right over there. We could walk to it, and then you could tell me all about Jesus and saving my soul. And the guy's like, well, they're the couple and this couple. I was like, I'll pay for everything. I will pay for everything. Just if you want to save my soul, just give me an hour of your time. Give me an hour. 45 minutes will probably do. And they're like, No, we have to stay with the group. They hand me a pamphlet, and I look at them, and I'm like, is this all your faith amounts to? You know.
See, they half-assed it. They don't go all the way.
Yeah,
You
that's
know, you-
super half-assed. No one goes
You
all
gotta-
the way. No one goes all the way. They're too scared. You know,
Yeah.
like if because I'm gonna be honest,
Well, no, see,
none of these
that's a great
people,
metaphor.
none of them
I just-
fucking want to actually really truly convert someone in no uncertain terms because it will bring into question their own worthiness.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also,
And see, that's the point. When you convert somebody, you have to go all the way.
Yeah,
And if
yeah,
you-
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just
it's
saying
how
my own
personal
experience.
it's how you can very quickly separate like those who believe and those who do not. It's real
Yeah.
easy. You just challenge
And
them a little. You make them go a little bit out of their way for you on behalf of their own faith. They won't do it. They won't do it.
No,
They'll
there's
never do
actually-
it.
Exactly.
There's actually a great
And that's
metaphor
how-
there. Is sorry. There's a great metaphor there. Oh, sorry, we can't leave the group.
Sorry, we can't leave the group. I'm like,
It's
Yeah.
more important about being the organizational structure is more important than the religion itself, and that's when you know it's bullshit.
Yeah, that's how you know you're
Yeah,
dealing with
that's
religion,
what
not
freaks
faith.
me out.
truth-
Because, like,
Yeah.
dude, yeah, that kind of weirds me out. It's like, that's why, like, other denominations, will do kind of one-on-one because they're gonna try and, like, go all the way. They're not gonna, like, do sort of a hive mind thing because that doesn't work.
Well, they have to try to outnumber you.
Mm.
They have to outnumber
The difference between a religion and a cult, I don't use like size as my diagram. My practical measurement, figuring out the metric for figuring out the difference between a religion and a cult. If you pull someone out of the faith and out of the church's organizational structure, do they retain the tenets of it? Because if they don't, it's just a cult.
you. Yeah.
They have to be able to maintain their faith outside of the organization of their church. Otherwise, it's just a social gathering with a theme.
Yeah, and see, the thing is like with like actual churches that are not culty, they're like legit, is that you will still have people within the church. And believe me, like I go to church a lot, so I know kind of the inner workings of our church family. And, you're going to have people who are going to disagree with each other. You're going to have people who are kind of like, well, we all have differences. We all tend to like disagree with somebody, but we have that area or we had that opportunity, or we had that room for being able to like disagree with somebody on something and not be like considered a pariah or be bitched out for it.
Yeah.
Whereas with the cult thing, it's like, oh no, you have to agree with everybody, and you just can't do that.
There has to be room for theological discussion, and to have room for theological discussion, there has to be an environment where people can just walk away freely.
Exactly, and that's kind of also the point of a really good Bible study that does that, and my pastor's really good at. He will have us read the verse of the Bible that he is reading along, so that way he makes sure that he is not misquoting it, because that is the danger of a lot of these false leaders of churches, is that they will say something, but they will not let anybody else read that verse, or just in the event that they get called out for it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's so, just kind of look at if you want a good example of how a church can turn into a cult, just look at the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah, that's an example.
Exactly.
The Branch Davinians, another example. It's very easy. It's very easy. Like, a cult needs to be the only social gathering that you have. It needs to be. You can't bring people in from the outside. Everything must be approved of by the group. A group which is heavily influenced by a singular figure, or a small group of singular figures. In the case of Scientology. And yeah, it's just cults.
Looks like we got a troll in the chat or something. That's what people are saying.
Yes, pretty sure.
Okay.
Dude,
I don't know.
Hey,
Someone
look,
named
guys.
Snooky Smush.
I see
Motherfucker,
that fucking
Jersey
hand
Shore ain't been relevant for what, 8 years? You
Also-
coming in with that? Good God.
I'm thinking we get a troll. We get a troll about at least once a week, maybe twice, but at least once a week. And I'm thinking
This
maybe we
one's
should start
called
rating the
Snooky
trolls.
Smush Smush.
Give
Oh
him
my
a-
God. I'm just
man.
like,
Give him some
dude, that
categories
reference
and
is
points.
ancient.
Guys, I think I came in the middle, but did you guys have like a racist troll or something? I came in the middle of the street.
Yeah, it always happens. It's always one of them. It's
Yeah.
always one of them, you know?
That Mr. X wasn't there because I would have loved to see how we would have gone ahead with that troll.
Man, I'm just like, I'm not a troll. I just don't want to read your long ass paragraphs. Okay, all right. Yeah. I'm not a troll. Just what a troll would say. Yeah.
I actually, me and my friend did a writing collab about a group of people who were fighting against this cult who was in the guise of a church. And one of the things that the lady who was the cult leader did was remove all the Bibles. And that was kind of something I thought up because, you know, that kind of is like way of controlling the group. And so that, but yeah, to me, it's like if you ever wanted a good example of how a church can be a cult, or if you need or if you're writing a story about a cult in the guise of a church, just get all your research and information from how the Westboro Baptist Church work. That's, yeah.
Yeah. They even made a movie about it called Red State.
Oh yeah, I saw your review of that. That was good.
Have you seen the documentary Going Clear regarding Scientology?
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
Is that
It's
the
very
Leo
good.
Remini?
Very good.
Is that the Leo Remini one or something else? Because I know
I'm
Leo
not sure.
Remini did something like that.
Let me look that up. Going Clear. Produced by HBO, directed by
What
Alex
happened to
Gibney.
over conversation? This ain't no open conversation, baby. I fucking run this house. Fucking what the shit? Open conversation. Take that to Reddit. What the fuck? You know? Oh, it's an open. Like
The
no.
Slut Pit.
Hey,
The
no.
Slut Pit conversation.
Hey, Cal
You're
Jack
in the
said talk about Christianity and after I said I was a Christian. So hey, that's open conversation, baby.
Hey, now just another one. No, the Slut Pit. Yeah, that's the bar floor. That's open conversation. Sure, go. Just don't stir up too much shit so we don't have to throw you out.
No,
No.
yeah. No,
Right now,
no. Get,
me and
that
Christine
shit
and
gets
I-
real.
Christine and I, right now, we are all in the VIP room.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
got my
Yeah.
accent.
We are
which
We are talking to the owner of the club right now. Okay, so there's a difference. You gotta know that. You gotta know that.
absinthe, baby. I'm the one. I'm the one that deals with the absinthe, because I'm old school
Yeah.
that way.
I'm actually half betting that like this Stoogie Smush is actually like maybe some kind of like bot, because I mean look it goes like anti-Christian to feminist to whatever. It's just random words. Like it's just
it
fucking
has
random
mentioned
words.
people directed by name.
You
That's
know.
the thing. But
Oh well,
maybe it
it's
has a
very
thing-
easy. It's very easy. It's like by Alex or by.
No, but like Alazia, like writing out her full name.
Oh yeah, really. Well, that's real easy. I mean, it's written in the
Yeah,
chat,
it's-
right? It can just take
Yeah.
that and use it.
Yeah, it can.
You know, English sentence structure. There are only so many versions. You know, I imagine like bots like this are actually even more common in languages like Japan, where the sentence structure is constant.
Oh my God, bots! Don't let me get. You wouldn't believe how many times I've had to deal with porn bots. I think I bitched one time about having to deal with a bunch of Tumblr porn bots, and they were always like, you know, the big titty porn women, and I'm like, you are just wasting your time with me. You
Okay.
know,
Okay.
just get like
Okay.
a
So Snuggy Smush Smush, if you're gonna if you're going to prove you're not a bot, type out the following sentence. 6 Gun Tarot, 2 Space War, American Gods. Those are just 3 books I have on my desk right now. 6 Gun Tarot cards, 2 Space, American Gods. Something like that. Show that you can actually comprehend my language I am throwing at you. Unless, of course, you have some kind of speech recognition software, in which case, tell me who made you. That's impressive.
That'd be super impressive. Like, you know, like that I think that'd be government shit.
Secrets.
You know, knowing your relatives, Jack, it's not entirely unlikely you might be watched every now and then.
Well, yeah, but they're not gonna pull shit like that. They'll just be like,
Hey.
they just poke their head in and go like, "What are you talking about? Talking about toppling American government? No, okay, all right. That's all we care about."
It's like,
Was
you
that-
asleep yet?
Was that death to America? Like that. Here's the thing. Like, the thing I think is so funny is right now, wishing ill upon the president is so common that they can't even use that to look for shit anymore.
And that's what I'm banking on, Jack.
Yeah. Everyone's
Still.
like Trump is one of the most threatened presidents ever. But the problem is because he is so hated that they're like, we can't be looking into everyone who sends a death threat to Trump. There's not enough hours in the day. There's literally not enough time.
Even the Republican side are like wishing death on him, but they're not going to say it. You know,
Yeah. You just don't. You don't have the dudes. You just don't have the dudes. You know?
No, yes.
I don't know. Maybe I don't think so because you know. By the way, they have yet to like fucking you know, answer your challenge. By the way.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so there you go. That's just apparently a
Yeah.
bot from 2006. You know, like
So
what kind of fucking time warp you in, Trollbot? Damn it!
Although the bot is noticing that the stream is lagging and skipping a bit right now.
Oh.
So
I don't know.
are they a
Maybe
bot?
is it? Is it? I have. Let's check. Let's check the shit.
Maybe
Let's
it's
check
Peter
this
Cyberman
shit. Let's
too.
find out. Let's find out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if he's going to be one of those World of Warcraft gold farmers.
Oh man,
I
I could use. What do I do with World of Warcraft Gold? I don't know what I do with that now. 'Cause I don't really play that game anymore. You know, like I don't.
I
really
still
play it
have the
anymore.
game, but it just doesn't work on my Windows 10 anymore, and I don't know what the deal is.
It should. It should.
That's the weird thing. It doesn't.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, so the supposed bot is calling you a green-haired bitch, so you can recognize your hair color at least.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I
You know
was
what?
going to say,
I
wait,
think there actually is significant evidence to say.
Here, bitch.
I think there is significant evidence to say that it is a person, but let's keep treating it like a bot.
Well, I don't know what else to do.
That means he's
Like,
gonna
if he wants-
find gay porn because I've been
wants to
getting this straight women porn, and that's just not doing it for me.
Yeah. Let me put it this way. Let's be perfectly fair and honest. All right, Snooky Smush. If you want to continue to be part of the conversation, you have to add something. Because right now, all you're
I thought at your
doing,
expense, kind of running low on that.
as long as you acknowledge me as a person, I don't have to do any such thing.
You are a
What you
robot.
want to do,
Don't expect me.
what you want to do is actually add something, put the cap locks down, you know, and fucking don't be a cunt. You know, if you wanna hang out, you can. Just stop being a cunt, because I have a long-standing no douche and no cunt rule, and this applies to every aspect of my goddamn life, and also here. So stop being a cunt.
Is he a cunt or a man cunt?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter to me. You know, I don't discriminate that way. What is that? That sounds like sexism to me. You know?
I'm so totally sexist. Me, a woman. Oh dear.
How's that
I can't
possible?
be sexist. I'm a woman.
Oh my God. God, what is happening here?
So there's a staple gun on my desk, like a big industrial coastal one. It just happens to be here right now. And I don't have any. If I had ketchup near me right now, I would have just picked this up and like pretended. It's empty, so it's like not a problem. But I could have just for a second there, I was like, should I do this? Should I just pretend on stream? Ah!
Yeah,
It's like,
trying to find one of my plushies.
Yeah.
it's
You know,
I
you know what? No. It's just, you know what? No. Final one. Final chest. Okay. We'll go play this game. We'll go play. All right, Snooky. Snooky Smush, if that is your real name. Tell me why you love God. Tell me. Why? No judgment. There's no wrong answer. There's just your answer. And I want to know. I want to know. Tell me. Oh, apparently apparently there is some skipping that is happening.
Because
Yeah.
their answer's out.
And how exactly? Okay, so the answer is because God, my nigga. All right. So exactly how is God yo nigga? Like, I want details. You've piqued my interest, sir. Do.
No, that ain't gonna do.
Well, I'm going to call because God loves me no matter what. So, by that logic, if the devil loved you no matter what, he would be God. Wouldn't that be true? By that logic.
Would anyone who loves you no matter what be God? Wait, is that confirming the incident?
What do you think, Mr. Bob?
Oh, a bomb. That looks so cool.
That's
So
penguin.
cool. Oh, no. A negative, an answer in the negative. Ah, why not? Why not? The devil is sinful. So, you said God loves you no matter what. That makes him God. Now, I'm not going to challenge that. We are going to go with that premise. So, if another entity loves you as much as God, who are you to say it's not God? I'm just waiting. I don't live a sinful life. I didn't say you did. Except, yeah, now they just said that they did. But you try not to. All
Which
right,
is
now,
against.
yeah. Well, do me a favor. Step away from the cap locks. You know.
You're wasting your time on this earth.
Yeah. I just. But that still doesn't answer my question. It still doesn't answer my question. It's not even. You haven't even answered it at all. Which is, if something else loves you as much as God does, doesn't that make it God? I'm just waiting.
Until he likes my little Bob plushie.
I do like that Babon plushie. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
All right. Sticky Smush says no. Okay, why not? Why not? Why is it not God? How can you tell? Once again, how do you know? I'm not asking, you don't have to answer for anyone else. I just want to know how you know. How you know that it's God and not the devil. How do you know? Because my dog loves me no matter what, and it's not God. Okay. Decent answer. The dog is not God. But how do you know that? God can take on many forms. How do you know the dog is not God? How do you know this?
Hey, dog is God backwards.
That dog is God backwards, after all.
Yep.
You know, the same letters are used, you know, because God created all life forms. All right, I won't even challenge that. But how do you know what that thing looks like? How do you know what the thing that makes all life looks like? How do you know it?
Well, yes, no. God did not really
God
create.
is the creator of all things, including Satan. I won't even challenge that. My question is simply, how do you know it when you see it? What God looks like, he is a spiritual being. So the answer is you don't know. Because it's unknowable by that definition. So you actually have no idea. You literally have no idea. You don't see it, you just feel it. But I said, but you also said that if something loves you as much as God, that doesn't make it God. So how do you know the difference between that? How do you know those differences? Do. Hey, Snaggletooth.
Hi, Snaggletooth.
Oh,
Hello.
God loves you no matter what. Repeat it again. Okay. So anything that loves you no matter what is God. So, by that logic, your dog is God, you idiot. You put that dog on a fucking pedestal. You feed it every goddamn day. You give it all the love in the goddamn world. You are not wrong to do so. But you fail to see the God in the dog. Okay? You have failed to see God in the dog. You know? I'm putting words in your... No, you said the dog was not God. You said it. And now I am saying that if it loves you that much, then it must be God, and perhaps you should treat it as such. Have the courage of your convictions, man. Or is there some other invisible criteria that you have yet to admit to? Because if it's there, go ahead. Tell us. What makes God not that dog? What I said is, I love God because he loves me no matter what. And I said, if something else loves you no matter what, does that make it God? And you said no. Do you want to revise your answer? Yeah, but you also failed to... Yeah. I know you're saying, I didn't say he is God because he loves me no matter what. Okay, then what makes it God? What makes it God, and how do you know? There are dozens of valid answers to this. People have written at great lengths on the valid answers of this. Surely you must know one of them if you're coming in. If you come to the house of the devil with that challenge, you have to know one of them. Or were you just hoping to annoy me?
because it worked.
Well, congratulations. It was a little irritating, but I want to know if you can actually come up with this answer.
Don't seem to see a reply from him.
Yeah. We're not seeing a lot of reply. You know, maybe we'll give him a few minutes. We'll see. I repeat it again. Laugh my ass off. Okay, go ahead. Repeat it again. Repeat it again. Do it. I'm waiting.
Well, dogs just gotta love you no matter what. I mean, it's a dog.
It doesn't. Yeah. Well, if God is not a dog, then you have to tell me how you know the difference. Because how would you? God showed up as a burning bush once. How do we know he doesn't show up as Snooky Smush Mush's dog? Ask again. I was grabbing ice cream. How do you know that your dog is not God? How do you know God when you experience it? When you see it, when you hear it, how do you know? How do you really know?
I saw Jesus in my toast once.
This is the best theological discussion I've ever had.
Okay, here's my answer for him. I saw Jesus in my toast once. I ate it. I am now the Son of God.
You're now the
God.
by the meaning of Christianity in and of itself, you have been baptized and purified because you ate the body of Christ. You know, like, you know, everything is God. God is spiritual. It's not what blah blah blah. Okay. That's gibberish. But I'll tell you the part that I don't think is gibberish. Everything is God. God is spiritual. All right, that's fair. That's fair. That's actually yeah. Like that's valid. So your dog is a manifestation of God. And the manifestation of Satan could also be God. Because Satan is part of everything. Because everything is everything.
All we're asking for is a consistent cosmology.
Yeah. If Satan can be God, if Satan can be God, but that's not the part I like, that's valid. According to this logic, but to this meaning.
It can be as flying spaghetti monster-ish as you want.
No, absolutely.
It can be as close to the Dadaist art style as you want. It's just got to be consistent.
Yeah. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Yes, Satan is part of everything, but I put my faith in God. Okay, but what's the difference? What's the difference? Do you know what the difference is? Oh, was that train? That's not coming from my side.
Not me.
Oh, I think that might be my side because there's a train track nearby my apartment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's me.
It ain't me. I'm fairly certain it ain't Jack because he's never had train problems before.
Oh.
Deuce that rather quick.
Oh,
yeah. Let's see. Let's see. I put my faith in God. Not what I was asking, but okay. Satan is a symbiote of evil. God is a symbol of righteousness and holiness. All right. Symbol of evil. They just misspelled it. I was like symbiote of evil. Like, okay. Never heard that one. Like that was a new take. But no. It's all right. Satan is a symbol of evil. God is a symbol of righteousness and holiness. No. No, he can't be. He can't be. He can be that, but he cannot. If God is everything, then he is not just a symbol of holiness and righteousness. He is everything. That includes wickedness. That includes evil. That includes pettiness. That includes everything. And if you look at the stories of God, yeah, he could be righteous, holy, petty, evil, destructive, forgiving, redemptive, all that shit. All of it.
Yeah,
so, and
Yuki Mizuki has a good point. The Babam plushie could be God.
Yeah, but absolutely it could. Absolutely it could. It's not likely, but it's definitely possible.
Inside molecules are atoms. Inside atoms are quarks. Inside quarks are strings. Inside strings is God telling you to fuck off.
Yeah.
Babam plushie, are you God?
Yes. Well, like, you know, like, okay, where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? I just got there. If God is everything, then the devil is also God. Eh? All right? That's where we're headed.
Yeah, and I personally can't agree with any cosmology where Lemmy Kilmister is not somehow God.
We're Mr. What?
Lemmy Kilmister.
Oh, man. Yeah. I know what you mean, man.
Yes,
I know what you mean.
I got you. I got you.
All right. No. If no, why no? Why no? Why is that incorrect? That lines up with every statement you just said. So what's the difference? If there is a difference, say it.
Feel free to be completely illogical.
Feel free.
Illogical.
Well, he doesn't even need to be. I'm not even worried about logic here.
I'm not either. No, I'm not either. You can be as illogical as they want. They got to be consistent.
Yeah. Well, there has to be like
logical for once tonight.
I don't.
Just want to see if.
Okay.
Just
I'm
I'm gonna take a pee break, so I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm probably gonna have to take a break soon, but like, I just want to see. Just gonna give it a minute to see if it flies by. See if we get something.
I think the point has been proven to the very least.
Yeah. Well, I you know, I don't think we had to go very far with the regular crowd, but I want to see what point. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, all right. The point is, by your logic, Satan can be God. So what's the problem? If that is a correct statement, Satan can be God, then we have no more argument. You're right. You are correct by your own logic, and I would agree with this. But if you say that Satan can't be God, or that God can't be Satan, you have to tell me why. You have to tell me why that can't be the case. You know? That's the challenge. Because according to the stories, Satan was an angel of God. That doesn't matter. Why would that matter? If God is everything, angels are part of everything. Why would that matter? Why is that different? How is that different? How are angels not part of everything? The only way angels aren't part of everything is if they don't exist. So it doesn't matter if things that don't exist aren't God, because we're talking about things that are supposed to exist. So God can't be an angel.
He created angels.
Yeah, he created angels. I don't think there's no doubt of that.
In my mind, the concept of an angel always just seems like, oh, well, this is a fragment of my divine power. That's an angel.
Yeah.
That's
All
an
right.
angel.
Yeah. Because why not, right? God's supposed to be infinite. He can break off a million pieces of himself and do shit with it. You know?
Where does he get the resources? His infinite self.
Because his infinite self, yeah. Which ironically is an idea that Christianity kind of took from Hinduism.
Christianity co-opting other mythological narratives? No,
that never happens. That never happens.
In the prophecy?
Oh yeah, I love the prophecy movie. Well, all right, I love the first prophecy movie. The second prophecy movie has a couple of really great moments, but is otherwise mediocre. And the third one has the most interesting twist.
What was the one where he, like, one of the angels tried to impregnate a woman?
That was the second one.
Okay, that's the second one. Okay.
And it's the girl from Flashdance. Yeah, that's the second one. Yeah.
Is that the what's her name? The one who played Baby, or is that somebody else?
Oh crap, I can't remember her name. Hey, hon.
Yeah.
The woman from Flashdance who was also in Prophecy 2. What's that actress's name?
Well, beat the hell out of me.
It's like Jessica Biel or
Oh, I
something.
can remember from Flashdance is Kevin Bacon. Oh wait, no, that was not even Flashdance. Never mind.
Right. Yeah. No, that's Footloose you're
Yeah,
thinking of.
I
Yeah,
hated Flashdance. That was the worst movie ever.
Prophecy 2.
And she couldn't dance.
IMDb. Well, no, she couldn't. It's pretty bad.
Jennifer
Prophecy
Beals?
2. Yeah. Oh, I was right. Jennifer Beals. Yeah.
Yee!
That
Yeah,
is a
Jennifer
rough
Beals.
All right. In their opinion, Snooky Smush Smush says they agree that Satan is used to test faith in people. Well, congratulations. Good. You literally now know what the word Satan means.
Shaitan, adversary.
Shaitan, the accuser. Yes,
Yeah,
the accuser, the
I'm
tester.
not gonna argue with that. That's 100% accurate. Like it's all about, do you pass the test? Are you strong enough to take on the challenge?
Yeah, God
really,
uses Satan to
think about
test
it.
the faith in people. Yeah, that
So,
that is
you
true.
put it-
So,
It's just
so hold on. So,
okay.
so by that logic, if God uses Satan to test faith in people, then Satan is
and is an agent of God, and because all agents of God are fragments of God, there you go.
I always see him as that kind of like rogue agent. Doesn't follow nobody's rules but his own.
well. That's the deal. That's the thing.
Turn your
Right?
gun and badge, Lucifer.
Yeah,
You're
a fallen
Lucifer.
angel who rebelled against God. Yes, as all children rebel against their children, Satan rebels against the Almighty. But that doesn't
devil.
answer.
In this-
Yeah. But I want you to say this: if Satan's purpose is to test people's faith in God, how is that not God? Because I think we can agree that faith untested is not faith at all.
I really want to see a buddy cop movie now with Lucifer and I don't know whatever character we could drum up.
Oh,
Lucifer and Michael. Buddy cop drama with Lucifer and Michael, and Lucifer is the loose cannon cop who has to turn in his gun and badge.
well, apparently that is the show Lucifer.
Oh, neat.
Apparently,
Oh,
the
yeah.
show Lucifer is like that, except it's like except it's supposed to be a little bit more like Law and Order. Don't ask. I haven't actually seen it. yet.
Actually, weirdest thing about that. So my friend Dove, I've talked about him before. He's a software engineer, and the company he works for happened to have been leasing out part of their building for the filming of that show.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's interesting.
All right. Hold on. No, his, meaning Satan's, purpose is to test faith in people, or was. Now he is used by God to test faith in people. That's the same thing. That is exactly the same statement.
I think
His purpose was to test faith in people. Now he tests faith in people. What? That's not different. That's exactly the same thing.
I
Jack,
think
let me
he's
talk.
mind fucking you, dude. He's mind fucking you with
Like,
religion.
that's exactly the same thing. Like, I'm trying to figure out how that's a contradiction, how one statement is different than the other, because it isn't. It's just that he did it in the
Jack.
past and now he's doing it in the present. Well, those are technically two different sentences, but they are in fact the same statement.
They mean nothing.
They mean yeah. But no. I'm gonna face this on the battlefield of meaning and myth here. Because that's my bag.
It's your bag.
That's my bag.
So-
Like a lot of people like to use like science to disprove God, but science can't really disprove God. And I'm not
no,
actually
there's a-
interested in
It can
disproving
disprove
the
that there's any-
existence of God. I don't care about that at all. But people have got to realize how fucking retarded their belief structure actually is.
Yeah.
You know, just because you got no hope at all of seeing any of actually seeing any and experiencing any of the stuff that I or Yogi talk about. If you're caught in this trap, it never happens. It never happens. You know, you will never see it. You will never experience it. You know, you will never feel, you will never feel the divine presence for real if you're caught in this bullshit. You know, because at the end of the day, it's not about any of that at all. You know, not even close. You know, it's crazy.
See, the way I've always liked to say it is, on one hand you have the scientific, and on the other you have the mystical, and they overlap, and they pass through each other, but they don't actually meet.
No, they don't. They're very different ways of going about everything. You know,
Now, of course,
some people...
they influence each other. If you don't want them to touch, they gotta make space for each other.
Yeah,
but they don't actually meet hard.
Actually, here's the funny thing: they can, but it takes the true geniuses to notice it. Like for example, like when I think of a true genius, when I think of a true genius who I am like, no, this was a man of science who absolutely has that grip on the experience of divinity, even if that is not what they call it. That is Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Their fucking their love of science is such that I'm like, no, that fulfills the God need in them. They see it. They see the infinite possibilities of where science could go and what mankind could be, and that is what drives them. That is where their faith lies. You know, and they see all the dumb, awful shit that humanity does, but they're constantly going, no, there's a better way. There's a better way. They're visionaries. They're prophets. They're shamans. You know, they're shamans of science. And that is very, very rare. That's very rare, but they are always really amazingly potent people. You know, Carl Sagan influenced more people to go into the sciences than you could probably count. And Neil deGrasse Tyson will do the same. You know, as long as Western civilization doesn't completely collapse, but, you know, who knows if that'll happen.
There's always that.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I've heard is one of the things I've heard about Albert Einstein was that, like, I'm not sure if he really was. I think it depended on his Jewish faith, but he did believe in the possibility of an existence of God.
Yeah, he was open. He was open to it.
God does not play dice. It's a common metaphor he used.
Yeah. God does not play dice with the universe, but actually it turned... That's why he couldn't deal with quantum physics very well, because basically quantum physics said, Einstein, you're wrong. In fact, God does play dice with the universe because the universe plays dice with the universe. You know,
Angel is the gambler.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're just like, oh shit. You know, it turned everything upside down. It's also like when fucking Stephen Hawking had to go back on his theory about black holes. You know, where he was like, God damn it, I guess I was wrong. And he was like, yeah.
To be fair, to publicly admit you're wrong, that's like at that level, at that scale.
Oh yeah. At that point, you're
fine in the sciences.
Yeah. No, it's
really
perfectly fine.
That's I think that epic rap battle between Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking.
What was that?
That epic rap battle between Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking.
It was really good. It was really good. You know, oh man. All right, so let's see. I'm seeing. Let's just scroll back. Perception is your reality. That's debatable. Even to mystics, that's very debatable.
Your perception is your reality. It's not the reality.
Yeah. There's how you perceive things, and then there is how it is, and those are always different because you're never going to see the whole thing. You can't. It's not possible.
We live in an objective universe that can only be perceived subjectively.
Yeah.
That's a terrible place to be.
Yeah.
Saturday morning breakfast cereal. They did a comic about like aliens coming to Earth, and it's like, where's your and they traded anatomical data, and it's like, where's your objective sensory organ, or what? Your thing that lets you perceive the universe objectively. You've got one of those, right? No, we don't have anything like that.
No.
What?
Yeah, we have nothing like that. Sorry. Like, we can only perceive. We only have a subjective view of the objective universe. Yeah, who knows if that's even possible to have, for a living material being. That might actually be a literal impossibility, but who knows? Like I always liken it to the three-dimensional being, the third-dimensional being encountering the second-dimensional being. Like, the second-dimensional being does not realize that there is this plane that they cannot leave, whereas the three-dimensional being can leave that plane at will. You could just be like, yeah, I could jump up in the air, I can move forward, I can go backwards, I can go down. They're like, down? No, there's only left, right. That's all there is. And you're like, no, there's an up and there's a down and there's a forward and there's a backwards because I exist in 3 dimensions. And they're like, 3 dimensions? That's insane. And it's like, no, it's not insane. You just don't. Okay. Well, then prove that there's a 3rd dimension. I can't. Why?
Well, actually,
because you are a second-dimensional being. I can't prove it to you. I would have to make you. I have to make you a 3rd-dimensional being for you to even be able to deal with the concept at all. Not even to truly disagree with it. Even to understand it enough to disagree with it. You have no possibility of understanding.
What I find really fascinating about high-level mathematics is that in our 3rd-dimensional universe, we have proven the existence up to about 11 dimensions.
Yeah. We have. There is a
dimensional qualities. Yeah. It's like, whoa. So there's a right angle and a right angle and a right angle and a right angle outside of those 3 primary angles.
Yeah. There is. There are. And one of the weird things, one of the things I think is really interesting is that there are some shapes that change depending on which dimension they are in. Like, and this is where it gets really weird. There are shapes that you can make which are containers in 4th dimensional space. If you took it into took it into a place that had 4 dimensions, it could hold liquid. But in the 3rd dimension, it can't.
Yep.
Like, those shapes exist. That's real.
Yeah.
Have you seen the
I was never good with the map stuff, so I'm just leaving it to you guys because I'll be honest, I was never good with the map stuff.
Well, it's not really math so much as just super abstract thinking. We are kind of getting into the ozone here, like, talking about dimensions, and we're not even talking about like parallel universes or anything. We're just talking about spatial dimensions. Like they know there is a 4th dimensional space that we can't properly perceive because we are not built to.
With it very regularly.
Yeah, we interact with it all the time, but we don't actually.
We are a 3-dimensional universe. Our universe is 3-dimensional. Our universe is a 3-dimensional object being thrown through 4th dimensional.
4th dimensional space. Yeah, like space. A really good. Like
and 4th dimensional space is to us time.
Yeah, like a really good illustration of a higher dimensional being interacting with a simpler dimensional being is quite simply this. Let me see if I can. Whoops. No. Hold on. I got it. There. I just pierced 2-dimensional space. Now there's a big hole in that universe that I might be able to repair or not repair, depending on how awesome I am. But 4th dimensional space collides with 3rd dimensional space all the time. In fact, probably at every level. It's just
That's
that
what
we
passage of
can't.
time is.
Yeah,
It's movement from fourth dimension.
And they believe that they have actually found that time is, and this freaks me out, man. This freaks me out. That time has matter.
Wow.
They're
Yeah,
slowly
no, I
coming to the
imagine so.
conclusion that time has mass, which I am like, you what? It's like, yeah, get used to it, kids. Like, you could be dealing in a world of physics where they're like, we know what time is and we know how much it weighs. You could literally be living in a world with that. That's the next major, like, quantum physics style, like, physics boom.
Yeah.
Because they can make things that vibrate in time.
Mm-hmm.
They can make small things vibrate in time, and they discovered it accidentally. They were doing experiments at the Hadron Collider, and they were like, "Wait,
Oh, neat.
what? Yeah." Where they were like, "Wait a minute,
make Ripley thingy."
yeah, why is this one particle still vibrating no matter what happens? You know, like that's not supposed to happen. You know, like it's not losing force. It's not losing it's not losing energy. It's not burning up energy. It's just sitting there. And they're like, "Can we move it?" "Yeah, you can move it." "Okay. Well, what is going on?" Wait a minute. An identical particle over on this other part of the collider just chilled out. This one's still active. Wait, another part. All right, so they discovered that what was going on is that they accidentally discovered a particle that vibrates in between two states in time.
Because
Constantly.
in our third, like,
Eventually,
force, energy, heat.
yeah,
These things are third-dimensional properties. As
Yeah.
it turns out, there's probably a fourth-dimensional equivalent of energy that doesn't follow the third-dimensional rules.
yeah, because that was the problem. They were like, wait, it's not giving off extra heat. It's not doing any of the other things of an object which would be vibrating. What's going on? And they found out that basically this particle, this instance of this particle is moving between two states of time. The one moment and the moment right after it, and then back again. They can move it. They can replicate it. So it continues to vibrate, but it doesn't create energy and it doesn't give off heat. And which right there is one of those like, wait, that's impossible. It's not possible for an object to vibrate, not give off energy, and not give off heat. It's impossible.
In three-dimensional physics, yes.
Yeah, in three-dimensional physics, that is not possible. However, if it is giving off an energy in the fourth dimension, that is the answer. And so they're like, wait, and so so they're looking into it, and they're discovering that time itself might have mass. It might have a measurable weight. It might be an object, but not an object that can be perceived directly and properly in three-dimensional space. It's the next dimension up.
Known for a long time that space-time dwarfs because of mass.
So I was kind of reading what the Jaywalker said, and he said, like, I'm pretty sure this was the part of Wrinkle in Time that I got lost on, and I totally agree with him, because whenever they came up to that book where they would explain that, it just went right over my head.
Oh, I here's the thing. I cannot visualize that part, but I understood it abstractly.
Oh, I have something I could send you, Jack, which would be a spreadsheet of a Penteract dungeon for Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, you gotta be. Ow.
No, it is a dungeon that behaves like a Penteract. I will send you the spreadsheet.
Okay.
It's a Google Doc thing.
Sure.
I'll just put it in the chat.
I can't guarantee I understand it, but I definitely look at it.
Well, if you look at the reference numbers, it's like this spot is a door that leads to this spot. That's what it means.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's how they did it.
So it's
interesting.
It's a fifth-dimensional dungeon mapped out in 3D on a 2D graph, representing 3D space.
Okay. All right. So I feel I should get back to Stooky Snoop, but
Yeah, let's get back to some.
yeah, let's see. Because we're going on for a while. No, it's a choice. Okay, it's your okay. Well. Let's see. I'll put my money on. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we got to go back a ways. God is great because it's your personal choice. Jesus Christ. All right, we've gone back about as far as the chat actually can, and
Hi, horror addicts.
I don't know if we can go back much farther. Left my oh wait. I see Elena. I see an. Yeah, this is gonna. Okay, this is gonna be hard. Yeah, it's do.
You can never leave, Trev.
Yeah.
Trev, you can never leave. Someone interesting is always coming in the door.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. Oh,
You're one of us now, Trev.
okay. All right, let's take out. All right, see if we can do this. Do. Okay, blah. Because according to the stories, Satan was an angel god. Okay. In this one, in my opinion, you're correct on one thing. All right. We're almost at the end of where we left off. God uses Satan to test faith in people. This is where I was like, well, okay, then Satan is God, so. His purpose was to test people. What was? Now he is used by God to test faith in people. Whatever. No. Okay. Hold on. Just reading the comments. Okay, listen. Right. Here we go. Getting into the nitty gritty. It's all about perception. Your perception is your reality. No, your perception is what you know your reality to be. It's a little bit different. Satan's ultimate intention is peace and unity, to create a new reality of heaven that is better than before.
Well, say what?
Well, I'm not gonna. Okay, that's a good interpretation. So how's that not God again?
Interesting.
How's that not God again? Before he was kicked out. Oh, it's all about your perception. What? In a way, we are both right. It's just how you, dude. That is solipsistic. That's not acceptable. That's barely acceptable in mysticism. I don't get how you guys would want to rebel against God if all he does is reflect all good things in life. All right. So does he reflect all good things right there? Does he reflect all good things in life, or does he reflect everything? Is he everything or not? Because he can't both be everything and not everything. That is literally an impossibility. That would be impossible for God. Okay? If he's everything, he's everything. If he's not everything, he isn't. And I honestly think you ought to really just go with the whole, like, no, God is everything, and that includes Satan, because it is, in fact, the only answer that's going to answer all the questions for you.
If God is everything good, you can't be all-powerful, because to be all-powerful, you must have full domain over everything. If you just have domain over the good, there has to be an equal contrasting force of evil. Because we do not live in a universe where the forces of evil are subservient to the forces of good. That doesn't seem like that would be cosmologically consistent.
All right, we're getting into forgiveness. No, the debate has nothing to do with that. Like, we're not even getting into, like, redemption philosophy here. Like, that's not actually a part of this at all. You know, what we're saying here is very simply what I have been saying, which is either God is everything or he isn't. And everything includes the devil. It includes the devil. It includes sin. It includes forgiveness. It includes everything. So God is everything or he is not everything. And my question is simply, which is it? Because you keep trying to split that hair by trying to say that God is both everything and not everything, but I'm telling you, it's not both ways.
Yeah, definitely. Like,
God is everything, then God is the devil. Done. All right, awesome. All right. Awesome, great. Good going. He represents all good things. Yes, and all bad things. You know, you're almost there. You're almost there. You know,
you can't
everything.
be something and not represent that thing.
Yeah.
And
You can't be
you are
everything.
what
You can't
represent
be
what you are
everything
just
and
by
not
being
also represent the bad stuff. You know,
Yeah.
if
You can't have your cake.
he just represents
this
all
pipe-
good. Oh, he just
this
represents
pipe
all
cannot
good
be a
things.
pipe.
So God
represents
is not
pipes.
everything. If he just represents all good things, then God is not everything. Okay? So God isn't everything. You're wrong.
Representing us.
So you're wrong. God is not everything because he just represents the good things. All right? No, he is. Okay. Well, then how? How?
Unfunny the
How
Black
is that
Abyss.
possible? How is that possible? Because you can't even use the extra dimensional argument on this one. Because you said everything. And everything means everything. It means me, it means you, it means this microphone, this can, the individual atoms that make it up. And the very idea, because I'm going to count ideas here as things. And the idea of Satan itself, as well as whatever reality it actually has, is also God. So God, on top of being good, is also evil.
I think I might be able to explain a counter viewpoint to play devil's advocate.
Go for it.
So, God as a being exists as everything, but as a personification is a benevolent being. I think that's where he's coming from.
Well, if we're coming from that, if we're talking about the difference between God, the everything, and the personification, we're having a very different argument. We're having a very different discussion.
But I think that's where they are coming from into this argument.
Right. So basically, you know, at that point, you have to realize that what you're actually saying is that you're making the Hindu argument. You're making the Vedic argument. You know, which is, well, God is everything. You know, well, which God does it matter? Doesn't matter. You know, we like Krishna a lot because he's awesome. You know, God is everything, but he's using the devil as a test. Okay, so he's using himself to test us. All right, that's fine, but allow me to point this out. Allow me to point this out. By the tenets of the Christian philosophy, that's completely incorrect. If God created the devil to test anything, God created the devil to test himself. Because that's who the devil always challenges. He doesn't challenge random asshole. He challenges God and Jesus.
Hey, Jack, can
Yeah.
God create a rock so heavy he can't lift it?
Can God create a rock so heavy he can't lift it?
Yeah, it's called the devil.
Yeah, he could. Well, no, all right. You know, I'd be able to go with that. You know, we might be able to. You know, we might actually be able to make an exception here, but I don't know. I'd have to think about it. You know, but I just wanted to make the point that the devil doesn't test man; the devil tests God. That's the text. The text says this.
See, Jack, he's trying to pull the whole Job thing.
Yeah,
so...
but that's not to test whether Job is faithful. It's to see whether Job still loves God at the end of it.
Which he does.
Yeah. So God's proven right. He's like, hey, he still loved me after all that. And the Satan is like, all right, I guess you're right. I'm amazed you let me destroy his life, though. Maybe you want to love him back. Jesus.
I'm sorry if it seems like I'm interrupting. I always have this tendency to speak before I think, so I apologize.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no,
Probably just
but the book of Job, even though it is about Job's suffering, the challenge isn't to Job. The challenge is to God. You know? So you're right. Look, if you don't truly understand yourself, I can't give you the answer to that question. Like, good God. If you
Okay.
want to just believe what you want to believe, fine. But don't come into someone's house and challenge them on it.
Okay, Happy and Mojo has a
Yeah.
good question. What is your favorite Friday the 13th kill? Mine is the one where the I don't know which one it was, but it was where he used a harpoon to impale the two people having sex.
Yeah, in the first one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right into
yeah,
the bed.
yeah.
Yeah. That's my
I
favorite.
gotta go with the sleeping bag. Sleeping bag.
Oh yes, actually, I think my favorite is probably the sleeping bag. That is a reference to the sleeping bag kill in Jason X, which is a reference to the one in Friday the 13th Part 4.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. Like that, I think that was my favorite one. Let's see. So, there is no answer. It's perception. Ooh, so close.
There is no answer is the last refuge of a person who can't figure out their own fucking answers.
Yeah. Is almost so close. No. You're holding on too fast. Holding on too fast to that which you have been taught, and because and who could blame you really? You haven't really experienced anything. You know, I didn't. I'll be honest. I'm being a little mean. I didn't actually expect you to fucking come up with the answer. You know, because if you came in here making those arguments like that, you weren't gonna. You know, if God is using the devil as a test, what is there to argue? Well, here's the thing. Here's what's to argue. You said God is everything, and I said, okay, well then how is God not the devil? And everything you say proves that my assertion that if God is everything, then God is the devil is actually correct, except you keep saying that's not true after I've proven it. You know, you're like fucking Triple H against The Undertaker, which is you lost. Admit that you lost, and you're like, no.
Yeah, but I kind of won.
No, but I kind of won. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I kind of won.
Yeah.
My whole Twitter feed has been people complaining about Roman Reigns and this other guy.
Roman Reigns.
Who's Reigns going up against right now?
It was I can't even remember his name, but it was.
It's not Owens.
No, it was somebody else. It was on WWE.
Oh, the big motherfucker from the Wyatt family. Braun Strowman.
Yeah, that's him. And everybody was so pissed off that Roman Reigns won that match.
Oh, well, like they've been misusing Roman from the beginning, and he's not as much of a talent as people like to believe to begin with. So it's like,
well, he's basically kind of like a shill for Vince McMahon, because Vince McMahon is the one that's like keeps promoting him, thinking, hey, and then
Vince's personal project. Vince has to have a personal project, and it has to be the biggest part on the card. That's what he's always done. And when Vince himself got in the ring and wrestled Stone Cold, that was his personal project, and that was great. But when it's just Vince pushing someone else, well, why do you think people fucking turned on Cena? Yeah, and so like, I was just so like, yeah, most of my friends who were like watching that match were just like totally pissed off, and I was just so confused. Horror addicts. I am still pissed about the Rumble as well. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Oh.
Plushy hugs.
I haven't even been a regular wrestling fan recently. Like in the past few months, I've like watched maybe 3 shows. I just keep up on the news, and I'm still mad.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, everyone. I think it might actually be time to bring this all to an end because the stream is in fact becoming unwatchable. It's so choppy. It's skipping so many frames that it's just, it's just not happening.
It's 3 in the morning and I have laundry to do before work tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
it's 5 a.m. over here.
Yeah.
I have to admit, thank you so much for letting me be on this.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's like
Yeah, it was nice talking. Nice talking.
Yeah.
I like finally getting a chance to be on because I've been with the Slut Pit for a long, long time, but because I'm just kind of I don't really talk that much in the chat, so I'm just like I'm not a content producer like Baroness is or like Yogi is, so it's like I understand that I get less time on stream, and I appreciate it when I do get it though. Quite a bit.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's been great talking to you both. I will see you all later.
I want to get a you, me, and Moth sometime. Because me and Moth Angel have talked about like we both have a very similar form of Asperger's, so we have interesting shared experiences that we've talked about. So.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that might actually be really cool to have on, like talk about.
Yeah.
And and I would like to continue like talking about like particularly like horror books and horror movies with you because just because it's really cool.
Yeah.
Talk to you that stuff.
Oh, and Snooki, just to let you know, thank you for respecting our opinions. Now just go out there and don't be such a cunt, and everything will be fine. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Count Jackula from the planet Dracula. Satan and I love you very, very much, and we'll see you all next time.
Come back Tuesday for more quality content.
Bye.